Hello Ghana. Hello Ghana. My name is Honorable Sylvester Tete, MP for Botiano English and Norfolk. I'm urging all of you to come out in the numbers to support the Black Stars. Go Ghana, go. Go for good.
Stand by.
We all know what is happening in the global economy. It's a major issue. The COVID pandemic shut the global economy for 2 years. The Ukraine-Russian war has come to mess it up. So, but even if you took out the global situation, I mean, in 2014, when the cedi lost about 40% of its value, there was no a global situation. I saw some footage of President Mahama talking about the problem in China, and that there was a problem in China, even those days. So it shows you that it's systemic, runs through the system. And maybe if we can develop more mechanics for public accountability, and Parliament is key. I mean, Parliament should be able, I mean, look at what is happening today with inflation. Maybe they will do it, but I expect Parliament to have the Bank of Ghana, the Bank of Statistical Service, the Ministry of Finance, to come and brief the House about what is this unprecedented inflation? What is it about?
This problem that we face today, okay, and let's not kid ourselves that it's as a result of some mismanagement by anybody, because this government has been in power since 2017. Prior to 2019-2020, when COVID struck. When people can no longer afford 3 square meals, many young men in Ghana today are playing formation, better formation than Otuado, and you are the GFA. They are playing 0-1-0.
What's that?
Breakfast 0. Afternoon you eat 1, and that one, you know what they are eating? They're no longer eating coming, because the coming right now, the ball of kenke is now, my fist is bigger than a ball of 3 cedi kenke. So now they're eating gobe. They eat gobe in the afternoon around between 12:30 and 1:30. So you hold your stomach till 12:31. This problem that we face today, okay, and let's not kid ourselves that it's as a result of some mismanagement by anybody, because this government has been in power since 2017. Prior to 2019-2020, when COVID struck. When people can no longer afford 3 square meals, many young men in Ghana today are playing formation, better formation than Otuado, and you are the GFA. They are playing 0-1-0.
What's that?
Breakfast 0. Afternoon you eat 1, and that one, you know what they are eating. They're no longer eating coming, because the coming right now, the ball of kenke is now, my fist is bigger than a ball of 3 cedi kenke. So now they're eating gobe.
We have actually gone through conversations where many projects have been introduced, be they hospital facilities, be they school blocks, even in some cases, very important road constructions have become the subject of intense debate and scrutiny. So when the same scrutiny is applied to the construction of the National Cathedral, I expect that each and every one of us, all stakeholders, would first and foremost take these conversations in good faith.
This problem that we face today, okay, and let's not kid ourselves that it's as a result of some mismanagement by anybody, because this government has been in power since 2017, prior to 2019-2020 when COVID struck.
When people can no longer afford 3 square meals, many young men in Ghana today are playing formation, better formation than Otuado, and you are the GFA. They are playing 0-1-0.
What's that?
Breakfast 0. Afternoon you eat 1, and that one, you know what they are eating. They're no longer eating coming, because the coming right now, the ball of kenke is now, my fist is bigger than a ball of 3 cedi kenke. So now they're eating gobe.
So first, let me congratulate my senior brother, Mr. Randy Abbey, for all these years of service to Ghanaians through his advocacy in the media. It is quite sad he's bowing out, but this is life. He has to move on to pursue other things that he believes would help humanity and his own career goals. For me, this program he hosted all these years helped shape opinion. One would say that he tilted in a certain political direction, but that is what it is. For me, entering that platform gave me an opportunity to do more thinking and more research. Because the only thing that Randy can beat you with is his research. He will do his reading before the program. So if you think that it is only a political program, so you are running your mouth, you will get exposed. A few times I was caught off guard. And Randy has a smart way of trapping you in a certain sense, because he will lead you. And if you are not alert, you can fall into his bunker. But he also has this great sense of humor. There were times that appearing on the show, it got very heated, but he would have a quick way of taking a commercial break so that we settle matters. And sometimes he would make the whole thing humorous and then would cool down tempers. He can't be a perfect guy, but I think all in all, he distinguished himself and he's performed most impressively. I wish him well and thank God for his life. I believe that people who would subsequently review the show would have some great comment to pass about him. I also believe that he's set a certain standard that whoever succeeds him would have to learn from and then take it up to a higher level. So I wish him well. Personally, he's been an inspiration in times of difficulty. He's had the opportunity to counsel me off here. You know, this politics that we're in is quite a rough terrain. And sometimes you need somebody who has an inside view of it to guide you on the path to take. And I must admit that he's been one person who behind the scenes did that. Maybe I can move away from hypothesis or being hypothetical to tell you real one experience, and that helped. I remember in 2017 when we won, were in office, you know, after the 2016 victory. I wanted to be in the leadership of Parliament, be part of the leadership of FI, and it didn't end up well. And I think from where he sat, he knew some of the inner happenings of our side. So I remember he called me one of the days after his show, and just before I sat in my car, and said, "Look, Alex, there are A, B, C, and D working against you. But what I want to tell you is that build your allies." And he made reference to his relationship with President-elect Mahama, that build friendship. It's your friends who will speak for you in your days of political adversity. So even if the person doesn't like you, still reach out to him. Don't give up. Talk, engage, and with time, you would have a strong army of allies. That has really worked for me. And I've come to appreciate that in life, especially in politics, don't see somebody as your permanent enemy. Manage as much as possible to forgive. Manage as much as possible to let things go and start a new day with the person.
Well, Good Morning Ghana started as a show very critical of Jerry John Rawlings. At that time, you had Randy Abbey, you had this boy who used to run this newspaper, Alfred Ogbami. Then you had Kweku Baako, and then there was Anofo Riata, the rest. That is the one who is the chairman of National Theatre. They were the people who started the thing. They were highly critical of Chairman Rawlings. But we gave them the time and space to talk whatever they wanted to talk. And we learned a lot from what they said on the TV show. It was a very interesting program to watch. If you are a leader and you always want to listen to praises, then it means people are just going to be sycophantic and they won't tell you the truth. But a leader who wants to know the truth listens to criticisms, listens to opposing views, and uses those to chart the course that he has to chart. Personally, Good Morning Ghana, I don't remember ever being on it. But I remember having some of the discussions for the program in this very room that we are sitting in. It's all because I've known Randy for about 30 years. At the Accra Sports Stadium, where both of us were supporters of Accra Hearts of Oak, we were always sitting up there, arguing, Then when I became chairman of Accra House of Folk, Randy was virtually my bodyguard each Sunday that I went to the stadium to watch my favorite team play. And when in the year 2000, we did the impossible of winning all our away matches in the Africa Cup series, Randy was by my side all the time, protecting me. He and Kojoki Mbuafo. They were always protecting. You can see that I have a small frame, but Randy has a huge frame. So as a bodyguard, he was a good bodyguard. But he helped me a lot, advised me on what we should do, so that finally, Hearts of Oak also won the Africa Cup. We did not stop at just winning the Champions League. We won the Super Cup, and everybody was happy. And we won the Super Cup by making sure that no team in Africa, not even the dreaded Al Ahly, we went to Egypt and beat them there. We beat every opposition. We had very good players. Put Hearts of Oak in the limelight. But nowadays, after those glorious victories, the year we won the Africa Champions League, by that time we had won the Ghana League 5 times in a row. And we were unstoppable. That is how me and Randy, we started. Even though he was hypercritical of the PNDC government because of certain things that the late Rollins may have done to his father or something like that, we were very close friends. And as I'm sure you've heard him say, that he attended the Ato Ahoy School of Politics and Economics at West Legon, which is this house, where we will discuss politics and economics, move ahead. Randy, at that time, was learning things, and he was very dedicated to improve his academic status, which he has now. Now he's a doctor, he holds a doctorate. Some of us never got to that stage, but I think he has done very, very well for himself. And watching him on TV, hosting a Good Morning Ghana show, is a delight. Recently, I can see that his criticism of the NDC, PNDC, and NDC toned down a bit, which is good for all of us. Because most of the things that he criticized us about, Atta Mills came onto the scene and corrected some of them. Mahama also came and corrected some of them. What I like most about Randy is that even though all this time he was working with Ibrahim Mahama, brother of President Mahama, he was very critical of the NDC. And for good reason. Whenever we were going on a curved route, he would try to straighten us. And not too many people had that courage of their conviction to criticize a party led by your employer's brother, the company which put food on your table, but he did it. And he stood up to his conviction, and I've always admired him for that. It's good that he did that. You have other programs on Metro TV, which I never watch, because They are sycophantic, especially your Good Evening Ghana program, where that boy, I don't even remember his name. If even I remember, I've forgotten. He's just a sycophant, always praising one side and always condemning one side. That's his own problem. You must be able to stand up to your conviction and do what is right. And Randy has done exactly that. And I wish him the best of luck, whichever endeavors he's going to get into. Just like a Akufo-Addo considered Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. The sports ministry, I'll have a problem with that. Because it's a ministry where the entire concentration of sports in Ghana is football. But we don't do well. More so, the present sports administration, they are more interested in selling their players, therefore more interested in making sure that the players that they want to sell are featured by the coaches. But if you go that route, you have a problem. I managed Accra Hearts of Oak from 1995 to 2005. I never had a player to sell because it wasn't part of my business. That was a responsibility of a team under the leadership of Ernest Thompson, Thomas Okan, who is now Gbese Manche, and Harry Zako. I didn't dabble in those things. But the present administrators of football have made it their business to make sure that their players are featured. Their players may not necessarily be the best for Ghana. And that's why we are in the state in which we are. He may, but you see, because he's part of the leadership of the GFA now, no matter what he says, people would say, why haven't you done it? Unless
come to the show. This is Good Morning Ghana live on Metro TV. It's a Wednesday, the 8th day of January 2025. And wish you a very, very, very prosperous 2025. By His grace, we're alive and we're here. We're yet another edition of Good Morning Ghana. I'll let you into our panel for the morning's conversation shortly. But let's take a look at the front pages of our newspapers. Ghanaian Times. Swearing ceremony with exceptional grandeur. That's the Ghanaian Times. And it says, dawn of new era. There's hope on the horizon. GM assures. Support President Mahama to reset Ghana. Tinubu to Ghanaians. And 9th Parliament takes off. 275 MP sworn in. Ablekuma North result pending. That's the Ghanaian Times of this morning, the 8th of January. The New Crusading Guide. New dawn for Ghana as President Mahama swears in, promising to focus on 4 critical areas, 26 actions in 120 days. NDC presses violence button as Abekan residents bend tires over Baba Sadiq. My dear brother, I'm here to walk with you. Nigeria's Tinubu supports President Mahama. Armed assailants threaten former Transport Minister Kweku Ofori Esiama. The Insight. Mahama, he promises to reset Ghana a new era of change and opportunity for all Ghanaians. Fraud scandal rocks Adamu's resources as Angela List's name pops up. Open letter to President John Dramani Mahama. I'll retrieve, protect all Glefe lands from encroachers, assures newly installed Glefe chief Nia Dukome. Double tragedy hits late Prempeh's wife as ex-president IGP face accusation in illegal demolition exercise by businessman. The Inquisitor. Historic and beautiful. Mahama sworn in as Professor Pukwa Jima shows class. Powerful personality storm Accra. Chief of Staff hints of who joins GM's government. Bagbin vows to deliver responsive and fair parliament. Eurojet accuses Akufo-Addo of illegality. Dr. Nick Danso-Adjei, the visionary entrepreneur, celebrated for transformative leadership. The Herald. John Mahama strikes peaceful tone towards ex-President Akufo-Addo. Kwesi Pratt condemns Akufo-Addo over Sahrawi Republic. Herbert Krapper clashes with John Jinapor as WAPCO's maintenance sparks dooms of fear. Ioko boss's statue vandalized at headquarters. NCA Director General Joe Anochi sacks himself. Ioko probes Minerals Commission over Prestia Bogosu mine acquisition. Freezes process amid fraud allegation. The Daily Statesman. Akufo-Addo leaves Mahama with $8 billion reserves. More jobs under 24-hour economy, Mahama assures in inaugural speech. NCA boss proceeds on terminal leave. SSNIT increases monthly indexation by 12%. Daily Post. Mahama sworn into office as Ghana's 9th president, with Professor Nana Jane his vice. NDC Gadangbe Caucus congratulates President John Mahama. We're back shortly.
There's nothing worse than your multi-bet missing, but nothing better than having it saved. BetSaver.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Hey, what's up?
How far with your internship?
To be honest, I'm so nervous about starting this new role on Monday.
Oh, please. I know you'll be great at it. You should be worried about what benefits they have. Example, do they have health insurance?
I doubt they will have that for interns. But no shaking. I have NHIS already.
After you answer a line, ting.
Ina, look at you. What are you going to do in the office when you can just download their app to register for an NHIS membership?
Yes, my people. You heard right. You can now download and register your membership on my NHIS app. No long queues or tedious paperwork. All you need is your Ghana card to register for yourself and for others. Once you register, you get a new digital NHIS card on your phone. My NHIS app gives you access to credentialed health facilities and services across the country. NHIS covers over 95% of disease conditions in Ghana. Access to healthcare just got easier.
Now let me sign up quickly. Please, Seth, I'm starting work next month.
Attention all farmers, are you ready to take your crops to the next level? Introducing 3 effective organic composts that will revolutionize your farming practices. ACAP, KCAP and IRECOP brings to you the ultimate solution for your fertilizer needs. Introducing the ACAP Grade A, KCAP Equiafo Ajenkwa and the IRECOP with cocoa blend, palm blend and mulch. These are made from locally sourced municipal solid waste, and these are the perfect choice for sustainable farming. Join the organic revolution today. Boost your crop yield, improve soil health, and support sustainable farming practices. Choose ACAP, KCAP, and IRECOP organic compost for a greener and bountiful harvest. For your purchase and more information, call the numbers on your screen. Our products are endorsed by CocoBoard, Planting for Food and Jobs and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture.
A home is never complete without the warmth of family, the assurance of security, and the joy of shared moments. Whether you are returning home from abroad or seeking a new beginning, Rehoboth Havens Ayimensa is where your journey truly begins. Discover the perfect balance of modern living and natural beauty with flexible installment plans available to make your dream home a reality. Our 2 and 3 bedroom houses offer spacious interiors, elegant designs, and all the comfort your family needs. Experience a lifestyle of convenience, progress, and security. Each home is crafted with care, ensuring your family enjoys every moment. Rehoboth Havens is more than just a gated estate. It's a vibrant community. From safe playgrounds to serene surroundings, it's the perfect place for families to thrive. Join a growing community that values safety, comfort, and affordable housing. Your future starts here. Rehoboth Havens, where your housing dream becomes a reality. Visit www.rehobothsocialhousing.com to learn more. Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet saver, win, even if your bet misses.
Sometimes the unexpected happens and the hero falls down in his own story. But he needs not stay down for long. Cosmopolitan Health Insurance is your trusted health partner. Whether an individual building a business, with Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, your medical care is our concern. For the best health insurance solutions for corporate institutions, groups and associations, families and individuals, choose Cosmopolitan Health Insurance from our over 700 accredited health service providers nationwide. Call us on 0302 540 668 or 0501 678 547 for all your health insurance solutions. Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, your medical care is our concern.
Look around. Home also need a makeover. Mine clearly does. So we went to Ashroom and found the Como collection. It had everything we're looking for and more. Matching furniture for the entire home, designed with you in mind.
Where's Como collection? Dressing up is just a breeze. Always ready with a perfect accessory.
A magic dressing mirror. One look and you're ready to face the world. Or at least the kids.
A bed perfect for young men who want
a table that turns into a treasure chest.
And finally, a sofa with this grand TV unit for family time at home.
Head over to any Ashphone store now and discover the new Como collection. Ashphone, feel it, know it.
Apomode wonsem yemfen diagro. Enunti nese wonom edopapa nko. Exodus moringa capsules, any Exodus dandelion capsules. Efi Exodus emusuyenum, nebe boa wa pomode. Emu bia wo benya no betimi aboa. Nanso so when you two no, wobetimi anom abom, nebe boa papa. So wonom Exodus moringa capsules, me Exodus dandelion capsules. Ebwa mamoja di efusani yi. Na fe ebusi wo immune system no. Na kweti ayarewa ahodo. Minim yi se nipa dodo na nim dia moringa etimi ye. Na dandelion so ye nim. Enu nti me nkasa bebre. Enye mma apemfo. Ana abatan a oma enifo. Ana abofra onya emfidumi. Exodus ehu dance die dos.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the show. This is Good Morning Ghana live on Metro TV.
It's Game On the final act of Good Morning Ghana with Dr. Randy Abbey, as two of Ghana's most feisty political pundits face off in a pound-for-pound thriller.
Of those particular factories and brought them within the umbrella, not the NDC umbrella, the umbrella.
And under the elephant.
How is that possible?
I think
how is that possible?
This Wednesday, 8th January 2025.
That will be for this morning's edition of Good Morning Ghana. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me, and thanks for watching.
You agree with me that a lot of people think that the free SHS system that your government implemented is in a mess?
Not at all. I don't think it's in a mess. You see, one of the most important things about the free SHS is access. Access is such an important thing when it comes to human development.
Revealing conversations on national issues, deep insights on human health, and exciting conversations on life's most interesting and complex situations. It's the second season of Lifestyle with Rosie, and it's bigger and better.
How will a layperson like me sitting by know that the heart has stopped?
And that is what we are going to demonstrate. So the person will become unresponsive.
Okay.
And you will not be able to palpate any pulse.
What were your adulthood expectations when you were a child?
And then you go and marry a banker, and then around 7 she calls you. Eugene, where are you? Are you closer to home? Yes. Okay, there's still in the fridge. Full price. Just and leave some for me.
Hello, this is Rosie, and as you know, Lifestyle with Rosie is a show about Ghana and for Ghana.
Because we have seen in this country where a drug dealer who indeed wanted to contest to be elected as a parliamentary, as an MP of a particular constituency. And mind you, during that time, there were people within the NPP who raised concerns.
So make a date with me every Saturday at 5 p.m.
La la la, let's cook.
The law is pertinent to every aspect of our lives, and so lawyers must not be the backup plan for the rainy day only.
Nothing received from a client should be put in a lawyer's personal account until such time that the money has actually been earned.
It is very dangerous to perpetuate the theory that it is narcotics that leads to crime increase.
The relevance of the law cuts across our business, social, and family transactions. Doubt this?
You can't borrow from somebody who's your client. That would lead to a conflict situation. And that's something that as a lawyer you must jealously guard when you are representing a client.
You have to register your Mohammedan marriage within 7 days?
Within a week of the celebration of the marriage.
So if you don't register it, it's not a valid marriage. Journey with our Law Express panel every week as we confirm the place of the law in our everyday transactions.
Under etiquette rules, a lawyer can terminate for non-payment of fees. So basically, if you don't pay your fees, a lawyer has a right to terminate your engagement.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the show. This is Good Morning Ghana live on Metro TV.
It's Game On the final act of Good Morning Ghana with Dr. Randy Abbey, as two of Ghana's most feisty political pundits face off in a pound-for-pound thriller.
Of those particular factories and brought them within the umbrella, not the NDC umbrella, the umbrella.
And under the elephant.
How is that possible?
I think
how is that possible?
This Wednesday, 8th January 2025.
That will be for this morning's edition of Good Morning Ghana. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me, and thanks for watching.
If I have seen farther than others, it is because I have stood on the shoulders of giants. It all started in January 8, 2002, and it's been 23 years now. For decades, we have traveled this road together on Good Morning Ghana. We have dared to ask the difficult questions, uncover the untold stories, and celebrate the extraordinary in the ordinary. Today we gather to honor a legacy built on truth, courage, and connection. This is more than a final episode with Dr. Randy Abbey. It's a celebration of every Ghanaian voice, every Ghanaian story, every Ghanaian dream that brought us here.
This is Good Morning Ghana live on Metro TV.
There's nothing worse than your multi-bet missing, but nothing better than having it saved. BetSaver.
I first met Dr. Randy Abbey, then playing Randy Abbey in the 90s when he interviewed me on Choice FM. I believe he was in his 20s and just finished high school. The depth of the questions he asked me and his interview style left a big impression on me. And I remember saying to him that I see great days ahead of him if he remains in the field of journalism. Fast track to today, like vintage wine, he has matured over the years, and without doubt can be considered as one of the most accomplished journalists of his generation. He has influenced the course of our political evolution. But beyond broadcasting, you can say that Randy has shown his competence and versatility in other fields beyond journalism. He has made a mark in the field of sports, where he was a member of the GFA executive that took Ghana to the World Cup for the first time, and a back-to-back qualification for the World Cup. He has, in pursuit of his career, tried to broaden his intellectual and professional competence. That's why the young Randy Abbey that I met 8 years ago can proudly call himself Dr. Randy Abbey today. I don't know what his future plans are, but one thing I'm certain of is that wherever he finds himself, he will make an impact. He will be an influential person in whatever activity of life that he pursues. And at this juncture, I want to wish him all the best and urge him to continue to serve God and country.
I met Dr. Randy Abbey a little over a decade ago. When I met him, the striking features about him was his ambition. He was a very ambitious young man. He was very highly intelligent and extremely hardworking. Today, those qualities are paid up. From an Accra boy, he has moved on to become a PhD holder. Understands all the various issues that confront us in the life, has a grasp of the history of Ghana and so on. Now, these qualities of intelligence and ambition have found expression in the Good Morning Ghana show, which has become one of the biggest live current affairs programs in Ghana. I worked as a panelist on that program, and sometimes I just simply get amazed at the way he controls the program and directs it to the satisfaction of our numerous viewers around the world. Randy has paid his dues as a committed patriot, as somebody who wants to see the country move forward, and has, unlike many journalists, many of the people in the field, refused to be put into a partisan, category. He has always maintained his independence. He has criticized when he has thought that it is necessary and praised when he has thought that it is necessary. The guiding principle has always been how to contribute to make Ghana a better country. It's indeed sad that at this early age, Randy has decided to go on retirement. We will all miss him very dearly, we who worked with him. Those of us who listen to him regularly on a daily basis and so on, will all miss his wit, his candor, his intelligence, and his savvy, attitude to journalism. We'll miss him quite a great deal. Randy worked with Radio Gold when I first met him. We used to do programs on Peace FM, and now we've been working on Metro TV. Randy indeed was one of the founding contributors to Alaji and Alaji, which is the biggest talk show in the country. And I served as a panelist with him, and I was always, just overawed by his intelligent contributions, his candor, his distance from the personalities that are involved in the discussions and so on. Randy, we are going to miss you a great deal. You have contributed your own to a fledgling media. You have demonstrated a certain capacity that not many of us have been able to demonstrate. And we cannot be talking about your media prowess without reference also to your participation in discussions on sports, shaping the sports scene, which eventually led to your membership of the Ghana Football Association. And now I understand you also own a football club. As you depart the scene, not death, as you depart the journalism scene, we want to hope that all these good qualities of yours will be exhibited in the other fields of endeavor that you might enter into. Randy, we wish you well. All of us, your friends, all of us, your colleagues, all of us, those who have worked with you, wish you very well. Please stay well, and we will continue to work.
Stand by. this problem that we face today, okay, and let's not kid ourselves that it's as a result of some mismanagement by anybody, because this government has been in power since 2017. Prior to 2019-2020, when COVID struck. When people can no longer afford 3 square meals, many young men in Ghana today are playing formation, better formation than Otoado, and you are the GFA. They are playing 0-1-0.
What's that?
Breakfast 0. Afternoon you eat 1, and that one, you know what they are eating? They're no longer eating coming, because they're coming right now. The ball of kenke is now, my fist is bigger than a ball of 3 cedi kenke. So now they're eating gobe. They eat gobe in the afternoon around between 12:30 and 1:30. So you hold your stomach till 12:31.
Stand by.
Right, welcome back to the show. If you just joined us, this is Good Morning Ghana live on Metro TV. Exactly 23 years ago today, I started this show. Okay, it was a Tuesday, I remember, and I was on this show with Edgar Redu as the first panel on the show. So it was myself and Edgar Redu 23 years ago, that Tuesday morning. Little did I know that 23 years on, we'll be here again by the grace of God, and it was going to be my final chapter. Okay, so I like to keep my promises as far as I can and as well as I can. And I remember, and a lot of people have reminded me that on a few occasions I said that before I leave, I was going to bring you a panel that a lot of you have been asking for the show. And so I thought that today being the 23rd anniversary of Good Morning Ghana, and of course, my last show, my last act, my final act on Good Morning Ghana, I needed to bring this panel. And I'm excited that they both agreed to do me the honors by being on the show with me for this final act. And just to remind you that this is only part 1 of my final act. There's a part 2. I'm going to share the screen with you my last day till noon. So I'm going to be on till 12. So this first part is a discussion that I'm going to have with 2 of the longest serving panelists on Good Morning Ghana. I'm not going to use any adjectives to describe what they are to each other. I'm sure that by the time we finish, you'll be able to find the answers yourself. But with me on the show this morning, I have the managing editor of the Insight newspaper, Kwesi Pratt Jr. Kwesi, good morning. Good morning. And thank you very much for the kind words you said in my honor. I'm most grateful. Also with me on the show this morning is the absentee editor-in-chief of the New Crusading Guide newspaper. He has not been on the show for close to 2 years. He will tell you why. Okay, I only brought him here on his birthday in 2023. Okay, so he's not been on the show 2023, 2024. But he's been one of the longest serving. He was on the show. He's been on the show just like Kwesi from 2002. Yes, but Kwesi has been consistent till today. So Kwesi's done 23 years. Kweku Baku's done 21 and a half years. But Abdul Malik Kweku Baku, who was a permanent Thursday panelist, is here with me on the show. Ojam? Yeah, man. Good morning. Morning. Feels great to have you back on the show. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So I told you that this is going to be part 1. For part 2, it's about transitions. Transitions in this country, in the Fourth Republic especially, has been chaotic. A lot of controversies. Even with us enacting the Presidential Transition Act in 2012, Act 845, that act has not been able to stop all the controversies and the chaos associated with transitions. What is the problem with transitions in this Fourth Republic, and how do we deal with it? For part 2, with respect to my last act, I'll have 2 former chiefs of staff. So, a man who was a former chief of staff of President Jerry John Rawlings, who was also part of putting together Act 845. He's also a legal practitioner. Nana Atudazi will be here in the studio with us. Also with him will be the chief of staff who also was part of the process that looked at the transition from 2008 to 2009. I'm talking about transition from President J. Kufuor to President Professor J.E.A. Mills. And I'm referring to the Honorable Kwadwo Mpieni, who was Chief of Staff and Minister for Presidential Affairs. Is also going to be in the studio with me this morning. So after Kweku and Kwesi, I would also have the 2 former Chiefs of Staff, Nana Atudazi and the Honorable Kwadwo Mpieni, and we'll be dealing with transitions and how we can have a better and a smooth transition, because we seem to have controversy and chaos irrespective of Act 845. So that's the double header I have for you with respect to my final act today, the 23rd anniversary of Good Morning Ghana. We'll be back shortly.
I met Dr. Randy Abbey a little over a decade ago. When I met him, the striking features about him was his ambition. He was a very ambitious young man. He was very highly intelligent and extremely hardworking. Today, those qualities have paid up. From an Accra boy, he has moved on to become a PhD holder and understands all the various issues that confronts us in the economy, in our social life. He has a grasp of the history of Ghana and so on. Now, these qualities of intelligence and ambition have found expression in the Good Morning Ghana show, which has become one of the biggest live current affairs programs in Ghana. I work as a panelist on that program. And sometimes I just simply get amazed at the way he controls the program and directs it to the satisfaction of our numerous viewers around the world. Randy has paid his dues as a committed patriot, as somebody who wants to see the country move forward, and has, unlike many journalists, many of the people in the field, refused to be put into a partisan, category. He has always maintained his independence. He has criticized when he has thought that it is necessary and praised when he has thought that it is necessary. The guiding principle has always been how to contribute to make Ghana a better country. It's indeed sad that at this early age, Randy has decided to go on retirement. We will all miss him very dearly, we who worked with him. Those of us who listen to him regularly on a daily basis and so on, will all miss his wit, his candor, his intelligence, and his savvy, attitude to journalism. We will miss him quite a great deal. Randy worked with Radio Gold when I first met him. We used to do programs on Peace FM, and now we've been working on Metro TV. Randy indeed was one of the founding contributors to Alaji and Alaji, which is the biggest talk show in the country. And I served as a panelist with him, and I was always, just overawed by his intelligent contributions, his candor, his distance from the personalities that are involved in the discussions and so on. Randy, we are going to miss you a great deal. You have contributed your own to a fledgling media. You have demonstrated a certain capacity that not many of us have been able to demonstrate. And we cannot be talking about your media prowess without reference also to your participation in discussions on sports, shaping the sports scene, which eventually led to your membership of the Ghana Football Association. And now I understand you also own a football club. As you depart the scene, not death, as you depart the journalism scene, we want to hope that all these good qualities of yours will be exhibited in the other fields of endeavor that you might enter into. Randy, we wish you well. All of us, your friends, all of us, your colleagues, all of us, those who have worked with you, wish you very well. Please stay well, and we will continue to work with you in different fields for the prosperity of the Ghanaian people. Bye-bye, Randy.
My friend, Randy Abbey, and his association with Good Morning Ghana on Metro TV. As you said, this marks an end of an era, quite a big era, because of who we are talking about and the program we are talking about. But it's the beginning of a new chapter in the history of Good Morning Ghana on Metro TV. Hopefully, continuity will bring about progress and sustainability. And I think that's what Randy himself would wish for. Because I think by his conduct, character, and, production, he's sown the seeds already. Let me look back at Randy, first as a friend, if you permit me. If you want a friend who is loyal, look for Randy Abbey. If you want a friend you can trust, look for Randy Abbey. If you want a friend you can confide in, look for Randy Abbey. I'm sure if he sees this clip, he will understand what I'm talking about. Now let's look at Randy Abbey as a professional colleague in the field of journalism, and with particular focus on Good Morning Ghana production, how it began, the genesis, the trajectory, and where we are today. I have to hasten to give credit to Randy and one of our close friends, Edgar Redu, the son of late former Chief Justice Redu. I think the two of them mooted the idea of Good Morning Ghana in Edgar's home. Randy may have to validate what I'm saying, but that's what my recollection makes me think. In terms of managing, hosting, enlarging the panels for Good Morning Ghana, again, it comes back to who the person was. He had that integrity, he had that scope of influence to be able to attract. He was a magnet. Okay? Randy had done things at Choice FM, Radio Gold, and the rest. All those gave him some, preliminary experiences and things which helped him. I'm sure you'll be the first to acknowledge that. But it was all those things put together that made him the real magnetic force for Good Morning Ghana. That's how some of us got attracted to Good Morning Ghana and opted to become regular panelists, in my case for Thursday editions. So when it comes to that area, again, he showed his level of influence, his integrity, his excellence, his attractive disposition. I pray that whoever succeeds Randy, might be you, might be somebody else, nobody can tell, but it's a huge space to fill in because of what he's done for about more than 2 decades, if not less. So as a professional in journalism, he also showed his excellence. He shows what he could do, and he's proved it. Nobody is perfect. None of us is. So we're not talking perfection, but we're still talking within the context of non-perfection excellence. And Randy epitomizes that. Based on these two, I look at Randy as a versatile personality. Sports, especially football. We're all fanatics in that sense. This is a gentleman who has shown it in all those areas. You know, so again, he's not just somebody as a friend for me or as a professional colleague, but he shifts into the realm of sports. It comes to academia. I was surprised when he focused and became a doctor, because that takes a lot of self-discipline, something I have lacked all my life. But it is inspiring, inspirational for others who want to pursue that line. So to be honest, whilst I'm sad that Randy is exiting from hosting Good Morning Ghana, a very, very high profile, important Ghanaian show, I also pray that that program will continue to provide the best in terms of analysis of our history, of contemporary events, for the benefit of this great country. A lot of people might assume that I will know Randy's next steps. A lot of people assume. I mean, especially those of us who belong to the so-called coffee shop mafia, of which he's a founding member anyway. Put that on record. But I assume that Kweku know, or Jambu know this. No, we haven't discussed that. He hasn't told me that. And you see, that's part of what I was elaborating on in terms of his principles and integrity. He must tell you when you must know. Because you don't careful, you go and tell somebody this, and the person runs route with it and it creates all sorts of problems. So he hasn't. And I'm being very honest with you. But of course, I'm not naive. If Randy is exiting from hosting Good Morning Ghana and considering the timing, I wouldn't be surprised if Randy moves himself upstairs to do something also that benefits humanity, whether within or without the jurisdiction. Nothing will surprise me in that context. And he would deserve to make that decision. And indeed, he will have my full backing for that decision, irrespective of its, trust. Yes. So I'm hoping, and knowing him, Randy will be going forward. He will not be static. He will not come backwards. But he hasn't told me. And I'll tell you something, because of this question, I'll call Randy and ask him, what next? That's what we'll do. And he won't lie to me. Everything I've said here is very sincere. He's a friend I've known. I'm far older than him and things. But when you are associated with people, friends, there are things you learn. He's one of my most trusted and loyal friends.
Right, so
what next?
What next is the discussion. Gentlemen, let's start off with what has happened over the last 1 month, culminating in yesterday's ceremony at the Independence Square. So in this Fourth Republic, we're continuing. We've done this for, I guess, now about 33 years. That's how old the Fourth Republic is. And we had the election on the 7th. By the morning of the 8th or midnight of the 7th, it was clear who was winning. We've had this. We've had issues with the transition. It's not as if we still do not have issues. In fact, just last night, an issue about Dumso has come up again, also dealing with issues of transitions and disclosures and all that. But we had a very beautiful ceremony yesterday at the Independence Square. We saw the two former presidents there. We saw the former vice president there. We saw scores of world leaders at the place as well. We also heard a speech that many describe as very conciliatory and forward-looking. I don't know what you make of this, but Kwesi, let me just take you back to the processes leading to this election, the election itself, and what happened yesterday. And of course, in all of these things, the personality of a John Mahama, who's now President of the Republic, again comes up.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think it would be exceedingly naive for anybody, to conclude that this process has been smooth. Mm-hmm. It hasn't been smooth. It has had many, many difficulties. And one of the most outstanding difficulties that this process has had to do with the credibility and integrity of the Electoral Commission. Mm. First, there were statements which were made by members of the Commission which clearly established, suggested bias. One of those statements was made by a commissioner who actually made the point that he saw the National Democratic Congress as a threat to the democratic order. And many people raised the point that if a commissioner saw a participant in the contest as a threat to the democratic order, it follows that he would also do everything possible, as we are all enjoined to do, in order to prevent this danger to the democratic order, excuse me, from ever assuming power. Now, beyond that was also some appointments which were made to the commission. And one of the appointments which was made to the commission was this professor, I suspect, Tuahini, I suppose that's his name.
Okay, the IT one.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And I've seen videos of this gentleman actually flaunting his membership of the New Patriotic Party and making statements to the effect that he would do everything possible in order to ensure, the victory of the New Patriotic Party. Mm. So I was wondering why such a person would be appointed onto a commission which is expected to be fair, which is expected to organize free, transparent elections and so on. Of course, his appointment led to vast protests, from all kinds of organizations, including political parties and so on. Some of the protests went to the Peace Council, some went to the Council of State and so on, but nothing was done, about it. And that for me was extremely, significant. Then there were the problems also with IPAC, disagreements with IPAC, and that led to the assertion by the Commission itself of its unfettered independence. And I've been wondering, which constitutional body can claim independence from the people of Ghana? So, in my view, the independence of the Commission, as with all other constitutional bodies, was limited and subordinated and ought to be subordinated to the general will of the people of Ghana. Mm. But this debate has continued, and even as we sit here, There are still disagreements over what the independence really means and how it can be exercised in the performance of the work of the Electoral Commission and so on. Then there was the issue of the compilation of a voters register, a credible voters register. And what to use as the source document, became a huge problem. Initially, many of the documents were discounted and we were told that we could only use, the Ghana card and so on. The contestations went on over a long period of time, and I'm mentioning this as an indication of the tensions around the commission which organized, the elections and so on. Now, one other issue has been raised. I haven't done a full study of it, but it is worthy of consideration. You have a country of 32 million people, and you have an electoral register of about 18 million people. And there are statisticians and others who have raised questions about how that is possible. And there are suggestions that you could have a bloated voters register. And it has been said, for example, that the low turnout, what is perceived to be the low turnout, may be the result of a bloating of the register and so on. So those are some of the tensions. It is also significant to note that in some elections, or most elections, especially when the New Patriotic Party is in power, the issue of secessionism has been raised in the Volta region. And the raising of this issue of secessionism has led to some clampdown, some generation of some tensions in the region. And it was believed that that was deliberate and it was supposed to encourage, or promote, voter suppression in the Volta region. In this election, the issue of secessionism did not come up that big. It came up slightly and then quickly receded, so the issue of secessionism was not that big. But barely 12 hours before the election, the issue was raised about people coming from Togo, to vote in the elections, and therefore leading to the closure of all the land, boundaries of Ghana. And I immediately detected some clear unfairness. You understand? Clear unfairness. One, by that arrangement, if there was a Ghanaian living in Canada, or in Britain, or in Afghanistan, or Konsumokaya, or wherever, that person was free to fly in on the day of the elections and vote. But if you were a Ghanaian who lived in Togo, you were stopped from voting. I mean, that discrimination clearly didn't make any sense to me at all. I mean, blatant, discrimination against Ghanaians who were living in the neighboring countries. And I was really, really upset by that decision. One of the other reasons which made me very upset, by that decision is perhaps the indication that those who made that decision do not know what happens on our borders. And I've consistently said that if you walk around our borders, sometimes it's extremely difficult to decide which part is Ghana and which part is Togo. And I've given the example of finding one house on the border with Togo whose bedroom is in Ghana and the bathroom is in Togoland and so on. I've given the example of many people who live in Afrao who actually go to school every morning in Lome. Many people who live in Lome and actually eat in Ghana and so on. So that line of demarcation is really a very faint line of demarcation, and handling it becomes quite problematic. Then I do some history also, and I realize very clearly that these lines of demarcation that we call boundaries or borders and so on are not our own creation. Indeed, these boundaries effectively were created in 1884 when Otto von Bismarck, then Chancellor of Germany, invited his Western counterparts, in order to shape their spheres of influence in Africa and so on. And it is for this reason that throughout the ages, leading African patriots, leading African nationalists and so on, have advocated the dismantling of these borders. And it would seem to me that when it comes to elections, that aspiration of building a united Africa and so on is just pushed to the background and so on. And that worries me, quite a great deal. Now, for those who have watched this Electoral Commission, some of the competencies of the Electoral Commission really are troubling. I'm talking about an Electoral Commission which organized an election and actually had to declare results more than 3 times.
You refer to 2020. Exactly.
And that in one instance, actually the results declared exceeded 100%, which was an impossible result to declare, Now, what competence are we talking about? We are just talking about competence in addition. We are not even talking about subtraction, multiplication, and division. Basic competence in addition. And that becomes a problem, you understand? Of course, there are other competencies that we could talk about and so on. I mean, still, only 275 constituencies have been confirmed and declared with the elected persons sworn in. There's still one which is in dispute. This is 1 clear month after the conduct of the election. And I find that exceedingly strange, okay? And I find that exceedingly strange, especially as in some of the constituencies, there are disputes about which is the authentic pin sheets. You've had situations where NDC polling agents have presented a pink sheet which is different from the pink sheet of the MPP. You understand? You've had situations where those 2 pink sheets appear to be different from the pink sheet of the Electoral Commission itself. How could that happen? I mean, how on earth could that happen?
So in the case of Dominic Kwabena, that there was no parliamentary document, so the officer entered the thing on a presidential form.
Exactly. I mean, how could these things happen? It's unbelievable that these things have happened. And this speaks largely to the competence of the Electoral Commission. There was at least one constituency also in which elections had to be postponed because of the defacing of ballot papers. That's the word that the commission itself used, defacing of ballot papers and so on. So that for me is problematic. And then there were suggestions also in the campaign era, especially close to the election itself, that our vote would not matter much. You understand? That there are mechanisms for ensuring that one party or the other won that election. And Randy, on this very platform, I pointed to a statement which was made by one of the guys who works with the communication of the New Patriotic Party, in which he said that, look, you can go and vote anyhow you want, but the results which will be declared will be results which are determined by drafts. I mean, how do you interpret that? The only interpretation is that the votes that we would cast would not matter, and that through some magic and some superstitious, developments and so on, those votes could change. However you look at it, it is troubling to think that your vote would not matter and to think that there is some mechanism, spiritual, superstitious, or whatever, which would lead to changing of votes and so on. Of course, there were the other statements that there are a million ways of winning elections. And I've insisted that there are no million ways of winning elections. There's only one way. Cast your ballot and let it be counted. You understand? So these were some of the troubling developments, around this election. Of course, there were things that many people have said are positive. One of the things that many people have said are positive, including the president now, who's no longer president-elect, he's President John Dramani Mahama, is the early concession by Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, which they claim led to a situation in which, upheavals were curtailed and so on. So maybe we would regard that as a positive, And the other positive may also just be that the contending parties, especially the 2 major contending parties, appear to have done their work well. leading to a situation where even before the Electoral Commission declared the results, they had the results and they knew who had won and who had not won and so on. So those are good things. I am worried also about Western interference, direct Western interference in our elections.
In what way?
In many ways. I mean, you had Western diplomats making pronouncements, you know, about how to punish people who did not meet their standards, you know, visa withdrawals and so on. I heard some of them threaten that they were going to take action against governments or whoever advocated a certain social policy, for example, LGBT and so on. I mean, these interferences, as far as I'm concerned, are completely unwholesome and unwelcome. And we should tell these Western diplomats that they are just diplomats like all other diplomats, you know, and they should stop wagging their tails, you know, at us. They should stop misbehaving. They should stop behaving like slave masters and so on. Oh, Charlie. Yeah, they should stop wagging their tails. I mean, it's so annoying, you know, when they do that. And I would discuss that as part of the aspects, you know, of this election that we have been through. You can also not ignore the fact that the defeat of the New Patriotic Party was overwhelming. It was outstanding. I mean, it was shocking for some and so on. You know, but however, I've heard people say that this is the biggest defeat that the New Patriotic Party has suffered in our history and so on. It's not true. It's not true at all.
The Fourth Republic?
Well, you may say that, even though I also disagree with the concept of a Fourth Republic.
Yes, I know your view.
I fully disagree with the concept of a Fourth Republic.
So for those who have not heard your view, I know your view. For those who have not heard, please explain so they don't misunderstand you.
No, Ghana has always had only one Republican status.
And Ojam, take note of this view of Kwesi.
Which has never changed. Ghana became a republic on July 1st, 1960. And since then, our Republican status has never been altered. So we've been one republic, we remain one republic, we'll forever be one republic. This idea of a second, third, and fourth republic and so on must find its origin in the overthrow of the Nkrumah government, in which opponents of Nkrumah, reactionary elements and so on, wanted to portray the impression that the Nkrumah era was a different kind of republic and that we needed to have a new republic. Just like today, some people are saying that Ghana is enjoying its second independence and so on. I mean, really, I have a problem with that, you know. But be that as it may, I mean, this defeat was...
So the point you make, Kwesi, just to clear that, the point you make is that although the Constitution is overthrown, the Republic is not overthrown.
No.
Ghana still remains a republic, even under military rule.
Yes.
So your point is that even though the Constitution is overthrown and we write a new Constitution when we return to democratic rule, you still consider Ghana as the same republic that was birthed 1st July 1960?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's your view on the matter?
I mean, the fact that the military is here does not make the Queen of England, you know, the head of state of Ghana.
Right.
The fact that there's been a military coup doesn't change that status,
right.
You know, that Republican status. And so, you know.
So what we had July 1, 1960 has never been altered. It's never been changed.
No, it's never been changed.
That Republican status has remained intact.
Okay. You know. But I'm saying that this election result is extraordinary, no matter how you look at it. It's extraordinary. I mean, to win by 57-point-something% is really significant. But then there are different interpretations. You know, there are some who say that, oh, the Ghanaians saw the hung parliament and how it worked, and therefore decided that this time we will not have a hung parliament and so on. I mean, it's so pedestrian, I don't even want to comment about it. It's as if we went to a meeting and decided that this is how we are going to vote, so everybody vote in that direction. I mean, it's so childish, you know, that I don't want to even consider it. That's not what happened.
Right.
Something happened, and to explain it, I think that it's important for us to have a scientific basis for that explanation. I would think that a lot of our people were reacting simply to the economic hardships that they faced. A lot of our people were reacting to escalating prices. A lot of our people were reacting, to the general broad propaganda against the Akufo-Addo administration and so on. I would think that that is what happened. But we didn't make a conscious decision to change the hung parliament and to give the NDC an overwhelming majority. That conscious decision was not made, you understand? Before the election, I spoke to many of my friends on the other side of the New Patriotic Party. And one of the things that they kept saying, and I was wondering where it was coming from, was that yes, they knew that things were hard. They knew that under normal circumstances they should lose the election or would lose the election. But the NDC had made a mistake in bringing back former President John Dramani Mahama. And that the people of Ghana could not bring themselves to voting for Mahama, and therefore they were going to win the elections. And this statement was made by very prominent people who ought to know. It was even made by somebody who is a kingpin in the national security establishment, which must have been getting all the briefing, all the data analysis, and so on. Well, the results are out, and now we do know that the people of Ghana did not have that rejection, we're not in that rejection mode against, former President John Dramani Mahama. Then there were the opinion polls, Randy. Opinion polls, my goodness. That was interesting. Almost all of them went off mark, with just a few, making the mark. And here we must, congratulate Global Info Analytics, which came very close, to what actually became the actual results, of the election. It seemed to me that some of the opinion polls were conducted by persons who were engaged in propaganda, who wanted to create a bandwagon effect. You know that there was a bandwagon effect. But unfortunately, they failed so miserably, and the results of the election showed very clearly. Now, Randy, you had a discussion with a very prominent person on the Bawumia campaign, who actually admitted that about 10 months before the elections, they knew that they were going to lose.
Yeah, Nana Kumia.
Yes. And that their study had showed that their votes were appreciating.
Yes.
But they knew that they were going to lose.
Yes, but he said that about a couple of weeks to when he was speaking, he had become very close.
Yes, but they were still...
Yeah, very close. So that is where the issue of a second round and all those things were coming. And he was hoping that with the coming days, they could overtake. Yeah.
Fantastic. My point is simply this. If they knew they were trailing, why did they get the gusto, to be looking us in the face and to be telling us that we're going to win, some claiming that by landslide and so on, when they knew that we were trailing?
I suggested for a moment that they should have gone out there shouting, we are going to lose.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes.
I'm not saying that. No, what I'm saying is that they should not have come to us, looked us in the face, and told us they were going to win by the wide margins when they knew that factually on the ground they were trailing.
Okay, so
they were trailing by huge margins.
So just to put put things in context. Could it also not be that, look, for example, if they were losing by 10 percentage points, and then just after Dr. Bawumia started his, I hope roadshow will not be derogatory. Like started his campaign. Yes. Their polls showed, their own polling showed that they were closing the gap. And looking at the rate at which they were closing, it gave them some hope that if they were to intensify the campaign and go in certain directions, they could overtake.
They could have said that.
No, but
they could have said that our studies showed that we were trailing.
But who says that? Who will say that?
But it is possible to say that. I mean, it is said that That has been said in many elections.
Yeah, but Kwesi, that will demoralize your people.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it doesn't.
It will demoralize your people.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You understand? The electorate expects you to be honest. Honesty itself has a way of galvanizing support. Honesty.
But see, I don't disagree with you, but you see, in jurisdictions, in jurisdictions where independent polling, credible independent polling, is a part of the culture, and people can read the polls themselves, you cannot mislead them. When the credible polls say that there is a 3% gap, there's a 4% gap, you cannot come and say I'm winning by a landslide. But it appears that in our situation, like you said, there is some heading of so-called polls and all that, and that is why some of those commentary.
You are making exactly the same point that I'm making.
Because in other jurisdictions, you can't lie. You can't say those things.
Polling mechanisms, you know, led to a situation where, I mean, people actually looked into our face and told us blatant lies when they knew the truth. Now, Kweku is suggesting, and I think that you supported him to some extent, that you couldn't tell the truth because it was
no.
It's not a question of
can
whether
I
tell the truth.
Yeah. What question is it?
We were supposed to tell lies. That's not an issue. I'm trying to recollect Ghanaian history, like let's restrict ourselves, where political parties or actors have gone on a campaign trail and openly acknowledged that, look, in spite of all our efforts, we are bound to lose. It doesn't happen. In fact, that will frustrate and dissipate their electoral and political energies.
But I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm not saying that they should have gone ahead and told us that, look, in spite of our efforts and everything, we are going to lose.
You're saying they shouldn't have lied to us.
Confused.
They shouldn't have said all those fantastic things.
But don't be confused.
Yes.
You know, analysis is not about black and white areas alone. There are gray areas also in analysis. Now, what I'm saying is simply this. That you could go ahead and say, look, we've done our examinations, we are trailing behind. But the indications that we are catching up, and that we are doing X, Y, Z, which we hope will put us in the lead. That's honesty.
That might not be for public consumption in the campaign contest.
Why?
It's not realistic.
Why? People have gone into elections in Ghana. People have gone into elections in Ghana claiming to be third forces.
But not the two leading parties.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it is possible. People have gone into elections claiming to tip the balance and claiming to become kingmakers in second rounds and so on.
That's objective.
Yeah, that's objective reality. You understand? So clearly, I mean, those who could look into our face and tell us what they knew to be false could not have organized a good campaign.
Right. A
good campaign is organized on the basis of facts. A good campaign is organized on a truthful analysis of the situation. You know that? But if you're organizing a campaign and you know that your message is based on falsehood, is based on something which is not realistic, how do you hope to win the elections?
Right. Okay. So let me bring you in at this point, yes.
You know, well, I don't want us to drag
the
final point because I would never ever go out to campaign and tell people that in spite of all my efforts, I'm going to lose or I might lose. It doesn't galvanize your support base.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that if you said that we've done an analysis, we are trailing, and that given X, Y, Z, we will catch up and overtake them and win. That's different from the message we are.
You can't even tell that to the generality of the electorate when you are campaigning. it's not.
Maybe in Ghana, but like I hinted earlier on, elsewhere, where you have credible polling, the citizenry are fully aware.
Yes, but
that this poll, that poll says that there are 4 percentage points difference. Yes. There's 5 percentage points difference. There is even an average of all the polls, poll of polls, which says that in those jurisdictions, you cannot go and tell them that you are winning by a landslide.
Yes.
Okay.
Take the U.S. elections. Take the U.S. elections. Just half a minute. Take the U.S. elections. The Democrats at some point admitted that there were certain constituencies that they were losing.
The poll showed.
The poll showed. And
not
then
the entirety of the.
But in fact, that's what proves the ouster of Biden.
And then they were actually organizing programs in order to win over those constituencies.
Yes.
It included black men, for example.
Yeah.
It included women voters at a certain time and so on. So clearly, as they went along, they were monitoring their position, they were monitoring factors which could lead to their defeat or their victory, and they were working on it publicly, in the public glare.
Okay. Maybe we'll get there.
Exactly. If you put it that way, I have no challenge with it. But otherwise, I will have challenges. Kwesi has run an election before. I'm sure he was confident he was going to win, but it didn't happen. I was on his side in that particular campaign, you know. So to be honest, if you overgeneralize the point he's making, it could lead to the realm of fallacy, in my candid opinion. Yeah, but this is in a very
one of the issues that some parties also run away is the issue of campaign funding. And if you even take the recent Democrat one, that on the basis of the poll, campaign funds were being withheld.
Yeah.
And it took that change from Biden to the Vice President Harris to see a flooding of a release of some of these funds, because everybody was looking at the data.
Yes.
And the data showed that it was a wasteful venture.
And even
the
campaign financing and things are a little bit more transparent.
Yes, yes, there's a legal regime.
Yes.
But you make reference to my contest, my participating in an electoral contest and so on. And what actually led to my defeat was not a miscalculation of chances. It was crookery.
Okay.
You understand?
A breach of trust.
Yes.
Crookery, absolute crookery,
Yeah,
not breach of trust. Crookery.
Yeah, but we still were sure.
You know,
We still were
24 hours before the elections, there's no campaigning and so on. 24 hours before the election, my opponent got announcements to be made that I had withdrawn from the election.
You had withdrawn.
I had withdrawn from the
Yes,
election.
but
And so many other things happened. You know. That is sheer crookery.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with
we were still
calculations
confident,
and so on.
in spite of the breach of trust that the, in this case,
Exactement.
Yes. You know, breached the Alliance Accord. The Alliance Accord had made Kwesi
the candidate,
official candidate, and this is documented, you know, and so that itself was part of the challenge. Once Sheikh decided not to go alone, and he had support from people like J.H. Mensah and the rest, it meant that it immediately diluted the momentum that Kwesi had. But still, Kwesi, we were confident that we could do something. Yes, but that's not a major point to highlight and interrogate. Let me do one or two things.
Okay.
See, yes, yesterday's event, unfortunately, I couldn't watch the entirety. I saw bits of it when I got to the base, you know. But Ghana was the winner. The NDC won massively. There's no doubt about that. There's no need even to subject it to any serious analysis as to why and how. Not now. But they won. UC has declared them the winners. That's what we all went along with. The event itself, the little I saw, was also good. The guest of honors that came, very good. It's Ghana first for me, as far as I'm concerned. We've gone through a lot of transitions. If you take the 1992 to 93 out, because that was transition not under the Fourth Republic, that brought us into the Fourth Republic.
Yes.
And in fact, the election was conducted by the INEC and not the EC.
Yes.
You know, so that is out. But it's still important because that led us to the restoration of constitutional normalcy and multi-party democracy. The main thing, the point about second independence, is they are entitled to, characterize this as such. Again, you don't debate them. For me, the most qualitative transition that has helped us to stabilize our democratic consolidation was the 2000 election. I'm not talking numbers. I'm not talking margins. I'm talking of the fact that it was the first time ever that we had a transition from one party, that is a ruling party, to an opposing party.
Right.
It restored a certain confidence and trust that, look, the system would work. Don't forget, we had 19 years of Rawlings administration, PNDC, NDC put together. There were people who were wondering whether indeed the ballot box could even be used to change administrations. There was an ocean of pessimism relative to that exercise. Those of us who were involved in the transition from the agitations from MFJ to Alliance for of Democratic Forces and all those things will tell you the story. Kwesi raised some issues which were also present those times. The question now, let me deal with substantive issues. You see, the EC, the issue about the independence of the EC, the membership of the EC, the composition of the EC, has also been here for a very long time. Indeed.
And the utterances of some EC officials.
Yes, I'll come to all those things. Even Afari-Gyan, and as far as I'm concerned, his organization, mobilization, conduct eventually vindicated him and the process. But he was a target from the INEC days to the EC chairmanship.
He was deputy in INEC?
Yes.
Okay.
There was nothing like trust. You have to go back. Some of us were all included in the agitation because we didn't trust the INEC structure. And INEC, when it was dissolved and the EC created, you had a situation where some people in the INEC had become members of the EC. So there was still suspicion, lack of trust. David Kanga, that's the name.
David Kanga.
Kanga.
Yes.
He was in INEC. He and Afari-Gyan became EC.
Yes.
The opposition parties were not happy with them and created a lot of problems for them, including us. Indeed, IPAC was formed as a way of trying to diffuse those things, bring about collaboration and trust. Even IPAC, you have to check, there were serious disagreements to the extent that there was a stage that even the NDC, which was the ruling party, boycotted IPAC. The opposition parties were insisting on even members of political parties being made members of the EC. Documented, this is well documented. I brought some of them here because we were looking at what happened in the Francophone nations when they were transiting to multi-party democracy. With the benefit of hindsight, I disagree with that. But I believe we were part of those who were agitating for such things. We used to hold, the first elections were held on 2 separate days.
Yes.
Parliamentary and presidential. Yes. At IPAC, we insisted that, look, fuse it. The NDC was opposed to that. But through consultation, collaboration and things, it worked. I think that IPAC has done a lot to help the parties arrive at the consensus we are, in spite of its challenges. Now, the question of membership of the EC, which Kwesi touched on and mentioned, I think, one name. He didn't mention the other name for whatever reasons. See, Randy, the seeds for this situation in which we find ourselves were sown when we were creating the EC. The EC, as you know, was created in 1993 by Parliament. See, I have a bit of thing that I want to read in full. It will take some 2 minutes. This is the Electoral Commission Bill presented to Parliament on June 18th, 1993. It was presented by Martin Amidu, then Deputy Attorney General. See, just listen to this. Mr. Speaker, this bill does not appear to state that the members of the Commission shall not hold office in any political party. This is provided in Chapter 19 in the case of the National Commission for Civic Education. In the case of the Electoral Commission, it is just stated that they shall hold office on the same conditions as justices of the superior courts. And even though under the provisions dealing with the judiciary, it is not provided that justices of the superior courts shall not hold office in any political party, members of the judiciary are by convention not allowed to hold any such office. They are also by convention not allowed to hold other public offices that could compromise their position as judges. And since the conditions of service of the members of the Electoral Commission are made identical with those of members of the judiciary, we assume that all the conventions and norms that govern members of the judiciary will equally be applicable to members of the Electoral Commission. We think that it was deliberate that the framers of the Constitution equated them with the Superior Court justices and intended that all conditions that apply to the judges should apply to them also. There was a suggestion that the members of the Commission should be debarred from holding private offices and that they should not belong to any political party. On the issue of not belonging to any political party, it will appear that any provision of that nature will conflict with the Constitution, because it gives to every human being freedom of thought and expression and association. They may not overtly indicate their preferences, but they are entitled to have in their minds some leanings, but they are not supposed to hold membership cards or belong to a political party. I do not think it is appropriate for us to spell it out in the bill that they should not belong to any political party, because by so doing, it might appear as if we are taking away a fundamental human right from them. The convention of the office, just like in the case of judges, is that members of the commission are non-partisan. You see the philosophy that went into the bill that led to the creation of the EC. We treated them on the same level like judges. Check the judiciary over our history. There are political party members. There were former members of parliament. There were members of key executives of this administration who are judges, in spite of their political leanings, whether current or past. And I don't want to mention names, but I'm sure you know there are many, even under this Fourth Republic, former members of parliament across the political divide, former party executives across the political divide, who became members of the judiciary, that is judges, justices of the courts, from High Court, Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. You know what I'm talking about? This is the philosophy that the first parliament, in creating the EC, put in the bill and the memo. Same way, if you look at Teresa Cole, she was a member of the first EC. She was a founding member of the 31st December Women's Movement. Yet she was a member of the EC. And it is backed by this bill. My attitude is this: if we want to change it, let's change it.
What do you think, on the basis of our experience, yes, and all the agitations? I mean, do you think that it's maybe the intention behind it, and it's good that we have this lesson, that, oh, look, the intent was this, but having practiced it this way, because somebody asked, for example, if tomorrow there are vacancies on the Electoral Commission, and we see that President Mahama has nominated Honorable Fifi Kwete or Honorable Asiedu Nketia,
yes,
to go and chair the commission,
yeah,
what would be the impression? What would be...
I'm glad you say impression.
Yeah, what would be the impression, one? What would be the level of mistrust that persons outside the NDC will have? What will be the perceptions and misconceptions that people will have about the commission?
Well, this is, you are inviting me into the realm of conjecture, speculation, and, you know, perceptions and things. You are entitled to have those impressions. Here, I'm dealing with a creature of law.
Yes.
And the genesis of that creature. And indeed, many of those who are making so much noise, some of them were sitting in this parliament. Some of them...
Maybe on hindsight.
Yes, so then there's a constitutional way of opting and taking that feature out. Can you do the same with the judiciary? Not possible. That because I was once a member of parliament of party A, and I've decided that, look, let me go for my profession, my professional pursuit instead of the political, I must not qualify to be a judge. How are you going to resolve that? And that is why here in this bill they did the equation. It's not my creation.
Maybe we can excuse judges, because you see, judges don't sit there only to deal with political cases. When it comes to the work of a judge, maybe the political cases even constitute 1% of what they do.
But it can still, the 1%.
No, I get. I'm not saying that there is. I'm not saying that you don't have an issue of political cases, but I'm saying that when it comes to the Electoral Commission,
Randy, so how do we change it without reference to the bill?
No, we have to. No, we have to look at it. Yes.
So the point I'm making is that I get surprised when I hear people, some of whom were members of this parliament, and sat there and endorsed this bill and created the EC based on law, pretending that they didn't know the seats they were sowing. And also pretending that over the years we haven't had politically affiliated persons who have been members of the EC.
Okay. Can I?
Oh, why not?
Yeah. Okay.
Tell your discussion.
Yeah. First of all, I mean, the conduct of 200 citizens, the conduct of 200 citizens out of more than 20 million citizens. You cannot hold 20 million citizens to the conduct of 200 citizens who were in parliament.
What do you mean?
The Koku's argument simply is that he gets surprised when people who were in that parliament, who were 200, decided to do something which is today being criticized. There were 200 people who were entitled to their views. I'm sure that even within the parliament, it wasn't all the 200 who agreed.
There was no dissenting vote, though.
Okay, but let us assume that 200, you understand? That's a small section of the population. But be that as it may, the issue of the independence of the Electoral Commission in 1991 was a subset of a general discussion about how to ensure free transition. Our position.
When you say our, who do you refer to?
I mean, those of us who are engaged in the struggle for the restoration of limited democracy and so on.
Right.
You know, our position, our issue, was that the PNDC could not supervise any transition. And for that matter, we needed an interim transitional arrangement which did not involve the PNDC. And we proposed that that transitional arrangement ought to be headed by the Chief Justice.
Okay.
Okay. So the arguments about the neutrality of the institutions that the PNDC set up and so on came from this grand argument about the PNDC being an interested party in the transition.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So I think it's important for us to look at it that way. Again, you ask very important questions. I mean, if tomorrow President John Mahama were to make some appointment to the Electoral Commission based on law, whatever, and then I have posed this question before, we were told that he had appointed Dr. Tony Edu onto the Electoral Commission. What will be our reaction? There will be total revulsion. Because the independence of the commission ought to be manifestly clear. You understand what I'm saying? Ought to be manifestly clear. So, no matter what the law says and so on, if the Electoral Commission is to be a referee in election, and it is packed with card-bearing members and so on, it does raise substantial. Pardon?
Card-bearing members, the poorer. You are talking here of one person. As far as I know, you are talking of one person. That's why I gave you Teresa Kotu as an example.
Let us
was Bosman a patron of Tescon?
As far as I know, no.
That allegation
I don't know. I've heard it many times.
Okay. Yeah. That allegation has been made. But let's say that if card-bearing members of a political party are appointed onto the Electoral Commission, it does raise substantial issues about the extent to which it can be independent, the extent to which it can organize free and fair elections. And that's a fact. You understand? That's a clear fact. Now, the argument which Kweku makes, which is derived from the presentation which was made by Mr. Martin Amidu and so on, even in there, Mr. Martin Amidu makes a recommendation that members of the Electoral Commission ought to take the example of those who serve in the judiciary, who are enjoined not to display their bias.
That is, once you are appointed, you are expected to actually conduct yourself in a non-partisan manner. But your previous political alignment and affiliation does not constitute a disqualification for that appointment. That is what they themselves said. And that's why...
By they themselves, what do you mean? I'm making an argument that not Martin Amidu. So
no,
they themselves does not apply.
No, it's because you made reference to it.
I'm making reference to it to the extent that the proposal came from Martin Amidu.
No,
Martin
from the
Amidu
government.
himself,
From the government.
whatever. The government then even saw the need to insulate the commission from partisan considerations and so on.
Yes, you know what is interesting?
Yeah.
The interesting point, and I've raised that issue too. Whilst in the Constitution, when it came to NCCG, they put it in there.
Zero.
Yes, that you shouldn't have any political affiliation.
Hey.
Yes. But read the first line I read.
Yeah.
So why is it that when it came to the creation of the EC, all of them said this should be the line? And what the caution they were given is that once you become a member of the EC, you are expected to discard your political affiliation. Same, that's why they reference the judiciary, that people could have political past, association with political parties and traditions. But once you are appointed a judge, and it's true, it's part of the code, you, the judge, you are supposed to take yourself out of your political realm. You are supposed to judge matters on evidence, law, and facts. That's what you are expected. Because in any case, don't you see that they were even talking about it would be a violation of your right to assembly, expression, and association.
But that's a problem.
That's a problem. But that's why I said if you want to re-engineer it, go by the law.
So your point is that the point you make, let me just understand something. The point you make is that, look, the law setting up the issue of the Electoral Commission and its appointments. And in fact, what went into the enactment of the law?
Exactly.
What went into the enactment of the law?
The philosophy that went in.
Envisaged people with political leanings being appointed.
Yes.
And it didn't have the spirit behind the law. They didn't have anything. In fact, the spirit and the letter, they didn't have any problem with that. What they wanted was a conduct post appointment.
Yes.
And so you think that if 3 decades on, we think that it is a problem, we must first of all admit that the law allows for it.
Yeah.
Having practiced the law for, let's say, 3 decades, we think that it's an area that we need to take a second look at.
That's right. That's right.
So that's the point you're making.
Yes,
you are not saying that you have a problem with anybody who thinks that we should change.
But how would I have a problem with anybody who has a different view? I mean, that will not make me what I am and what I've always been. Okay? But isn't it interesting that when it came to the NCCE, they were so positive whilst they were dealing with this matter. But when it came to the EC, they did a balancing act and said, look, your right to have political leanings and things is established, except that when you get in there because of the convention with judges, that they did the linkage. Judges, we all know, once you become a judge, and we have many.
Maybe they didn't expect that. They didn't expect that subsequent governments will perhaps look at
their own
let's
government. That government had already appointed.
Let's say, I'm saying, let's say political party communicators who perhaps rapidly go, for their party and all that. They didn't envisage that maybe we'll go that route.
That's a mischief that has occurred in the evolution of the constitutional democracy dispensation. There could be a cure for it.
Yes.
So legally.
Right.
That's my view.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's wrap up on this so Kweku can finish.
So I can't.
Yes, on this EC one. Then Kweku will come back to you.
So the point I'm making.
Okay, let's see.
Yes.
No problem.
Kwesi, go on.
Yes. Yeah. The point I'm making is simply this: that independence ought to be demonstrated clearly.
Yes.
And that there are things which take away that perception of independence. Now let us even assume that Kweku is right, okay, and that the law does not frown on people who are appointed onto the commission having had a political affiliation past and so on. Let's agree that that is right. Is it wrong for others to see that that could constitute a problem and to begin a campaign to change it? Because to change it means that we have to discuss it first.
Yes.
Bring out the problems and so on.
Yes.
We need to bring that out in order to be able to change it.
Of course.
You understand? Now, I would find it exceedingly strange if anybody thought that there was nothing wrong with appointing clear, politically affiliated persons onto an electoral commission. I find it strange that anybody would say that. Beyond that, if you look at the role of the NCCE and the Electoral Commission, which of them ought to demonstrate more independence? That's the role that the
Electoral Commission.
The Electoral Commission.
Yes.
You understand? So if even for the NCCE, we had to take measures to enact laws.
The bar ought to be higher for the Electoral Commission.
So that's what they should have done from day one, because they recognize the NCCE, as you are saying, and yet they actually barred them from political.
I'm sure on hindsight, some of the people would recognize that, look, you can't raise the bar this high for the NCCE and lower it for the Electoral Commission.
They did it at the same time.
They
created the two bodies same time. And yet, this is how they went about it.
Right.
And I'm saying, if it comes to the membership too, again, we have history of people politically past political alignments being appointed to the EC. It's also not new. Now, see, that's why I started by Afari-Gyan being a point of vindication. Afari-Gyan, if you read Kwame Nkrumah's book carefully, Kwame Nkrumah makes the point why he went lobbied for Afari-Gyan because of his political orientation, pro-Nkrumah orientation. That's why they got Afari-Gyan to join the committee of experts. That was his view. And then also INEC. So Afari-Gyan, when he was being tapped into the system, the people who were doing it looked at his political orientation.
According to Professor Hoy's book.
Yes, and he's not somebody you can underestimate.
Of course.
Black and white.
Of course.
Okay? I have known Afari-Gyan for years. I never thought about that till I read Kwame saying that. It surprised me. But that is his view. And indeed, he was there. Afari-Gyan moved from the committee of experts to the INEC. And then from INEC to EC. But his conduct over a period, and there were mistakes too under Afari-Gyan. So it was a target, even for parties across the divide. But eventually, his experience, everything showed that, look, in spite of one's political past, you could end up being a good referee within the context of our electoral processes. So he's virtually an institution, a very credible one. Kanga, he was a member of the Justice Adnan-led NCD, National Commission for Democracy, and Kwesi knows what body did. Okay, I have all the documents, I have the resolutions and everything. Kanga too was moved from there. Indeed, there are people who suggest that he was even a kid and became INEC. INEC to EC. Totality of his stewardship, for me, vindicate him He didn't come doing all sorts of things to manipulate the system. Okay, after all, they were in charge when the qualitative transition happened in 2000. They were there. They couldn't change the course of history. So if we want, and you summed it up well, if we think this is a mischief that needs to be cured, let's take it to the table where we can interrogate issues properly. Okay, so that's my view. See, the question of register, and Kwesi knows that very well. There were demands for a new voters register towards the transition, Fourth Republic. The election, the first election, we used the voters register of 1987. Opposition said was bloated, it was this, all the resolutions.
But we updated it.
Eh?
We updated it for the 92 election.
No.
We did.
No. We used the register that was used for the district assembly elections
in 87.
87, 88
yes.
For the 1992 elections. It's all here.
No, we allowed for new people to be registered. New people were registered.
No.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what.
I didn't vote in 87, but I voted in 92.
No. Yes, but that's not the point I'm making.
Okay, all right.
The point I'm making is that the whole register, it wasn't abandoned. The resolutions are here, Bar Association, the civilian political party.
It served as a primary document.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yes.
And indeed, IFES, it was International Federation of Electoral Systems, came, did an audit, and said it was bloated, it was not credible for election. And really, there were agitations.
Right.
That's the build-up. Were ignored, and that was used. It was from the IPAC stage that the real reforms, and that's also part of where we are today. When IPAC was created, and we came up with the transparent ballot boxes, photo ID cards, all those things helped to consolidate. You know, the EC, when you talk of the EC independence, and check IPAC meetings, check the records. There have been efforts by political parties to get IPAC institutionalized, to give it even legal backing. The first reaction of EC from Afarijan to today is that no, that would dilute our independence because the Constitution empowers us to be the sole repository or custodian of our electoral things. So there's a problem there, but at least I think we've done well for ourselves by accommodating the IPAC formula progressively, in spite of the challenges that occur. So to be honest with you, as I said, we've had different types of transition. I was just last night trying to list. There are few of them that have their own peculiarity. For instance, the pre-92 one that brought us into 93, clearly I've always called that a selection rather than an election, if you are looking at the polls matter. And Kwesi referenced the PNDC demands we made. So yeah, I brought all the results, including some that you see Kwesi's own signature there, you know, MFJ and the rest. 1993 to 97 was the second transition, but that was the end of the Rawlings. No, that was Rawlings' second term.
Yes.
When it's from one party, the same party, it's not that difficult. The 1997, 2001 to 2005 was 2005. Yes, was rocky.
No, so you are referring to the 2001.
2000 election.
Yes.
Yeah, but
so the transition from 2000 to 2001.
Yes.
The election was in 2000.
Yes.
And President Kufuor was sworn in 2001.
And one.
Yes.
Then to 2005 was the first term.
Yes.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
We all know what happened in the initial stages of that historic Trump by Jack. In terms of course, we didn't have the Transition Act.
Yes.
But we are talking here of a certain conduct.
Yes.
Seizure of cars.
It was like a novel situation.
Yes, novel situation. Payments of ex gratia, controversies, all those things. From 2005 to 2009, we had it. That's the fifth transition.
So you're talking about 2008 to 2009? Yes.
Yes. Okay. I see how you want to to look at it.
2008 to 2009.
I think that's a more accurate
Yeah.
point. We saw it 2009 January to somewhere March. We had the same challenges: seizure of vehicles, controversies of payment of ex gratia, all those things. 2012, that particular transition, I don't even know whether to call it transition, when we had the tragedy of losing a sitting president whilst in office. You had the Vice President Mahama being sworn in. I think that was smooth. That was another high point of our democratic consolidation, even though it came with tragedy. But it showed that those provisions in the Constitution are workable and could be implemented. It helped in terms of nation building, constitutional culture. Then, of course,
there was a small controversy, and sometimes we tend to miss that point. And I'm sure that both of you remember, I'm jolting your memory, where because he was that novel, you know, there was this argument that the then appointed vice president ought to be vetted by parliament.
Yes.
You remember that bit?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
And
Emisata.
Yes, and eventually they did.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
That also became a novelty of a sort, you know. Then, of course, come 2013, that is the 2012 election. First time we had an election petition, dragged on for almost 8 months. Again, in my view, it helped to consolidate our democracy. Forget about the outcome. It helped. It showed that we could contest election results in the appropriate forum and let the arbiters of justice take a decision. I think we had the same thing in 2020. So we've had 2 election petitions. That again was the same party that won the election. So it's a bit smooth, except that the point I'm making was that transition was characterized by an election petition, which, in my view, reinforces our democratic culture. We are living with it. We are learning lessons from those exercises. In fact, if you recall, the 2013 election petition led to reforms, key reforms recommended by the Supreme Court, which IPAC picked up and also worked on it. Again, I think I've forgotten about the biometric
register
technology that came on board. And this was 2008.
Yes.
2012 rather.
For the 2012 election.
For the 2012 election. So, yeah, it's a situation where some 30-something years, in spite of the challenges, and there are people who maybe are not too optimistic about how we are going forward. You know, there are people who think elections, democracy is not reducible to only elections, and that's true in real terms. But we do not have the luxury of an alternative. It comes to the methodology of changing administrations. We don't. If otherwise, we'll be collapsing this whole system. So to that extent, Randy, what happened yesterday was one more upgrade. I didn't say reset. The way you were looking at it,
is an upgrade. So some say that. So you describe it as an upgrade.
Yes.
Okay.
Of our.
So an upgrade that will lead to a reset.
No debate. You know. So this is where we are as a people, as a nation. I mean, considering that this country suffered a lot of military interventions that disrupted constitutions, and it comes to Chris's point about the republic. Yes, in principle, I'm with him, because it's true. It's not because I share his view, but it's because it's the truth.
Yes,
that Ghana as a republic has remained a republic in spite of all those.
Since July 1, 1960.
Yes,
and that has never
changed.
changed. Yeah.
The republican status or culture that was infused in our system remains. And clearly, as he made a point, the Queen used to be our head of state. That's when we were not a republic.
Yes.
We became a republic, and a Ghanaian citizen, by law, you know, becomes the head of state.
And that has never changed.
It's never changed. But it's because of the coups, the disruption of constitutional governance, then brings in a different era, segment. You know, so it is a segmentation.
Maybe it shouldn't be called maybe they shouldn't have. We shouldn't have referred to them as republics. Maybe we should have found another name, because on the face of it, somebody might think that we lost our first republican status, we gained it a second time, we lost it, gained it a third time, and we lost it, and we now have a fourth one.
I agree, and see that was one of the reasons why I was opposed to the relegation of
1st July.
1st July.
As a statutory public holiday.
Yes.
So a commemorative day.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, it was an error.
Do you want it back?
But what else?
Okay.
There's the luxury. We do not have the luxury of an alternative, I repeat, when it comes to what our Republican status represents. And I said so when the government did that change. I was not happy. You know.
Should August 4 go?
But I've said this many times. You see, the dates like August 4th, September 21st, and I'm sure maybe Kwesi will be surprised I'm saying this, but I've said it many times. When Mills was making September 21st a statutory public holiday, not by law, through executive instruments, I said no. Because you know why?
September 21 being Kwame Nkrumah's birthday.
Yes.
Okay.
September 21st was a public holiday under Nkrumah.
Okay.
From 1958 to 1965. The coup happened February 66. Yeah. When we don't have a certain consensus, those dates keep changing. They never stabilize. And the history of Ghana shows it. As to who is founder, that is established, that is done deal. My position, everybody knows, is that Nkrumah is the founder. But under Nkrumah, the 21st September was the Founders' Day and was celebrated every year from 1958 to 1965. Subsequent to that, it was the Mills administration that brought it back. The Akufo-Addo administration took it away. And
moved the apostrophe.
Yes, my view is that Nkrumah does not need a holiday
on his birthday.
Yes, to establish his iconic nature.
6 March and 1st of July should suffice.
You can't challenge that.
Yeah.
In all the other days, and look, maybe I'll bring in May 25th because of my Pan-Africanist orientation, even though somebody can argue against that. But to be honest with you, there are certain dates when you make them statutory public holidays, when the wind changes, they will be blown away. And I made this position clear from 2010 when the Mills administration brought the idea of the Nkrumah thing. Not that I didn't like it, but I'm saying I was asking whether sustainable.
They didn't find it sustainable.
Whether it would be sustainable.
Okay.
Nkrumah's greatness, his iconic nature, goes beyond celebration of holidays for him.
Okay. Maybe I hear you on this the last bit.
Yeah, very briefly. And it's just to state a principle.
Yeah.
You know, history by its very essence can serve as a guide.
Okay.
But it's not a validator of what happens today.
Okay.
And I think that is very clear.
Yeah.
By its very essence, it can serve as a guide. But you cannot say that because it happened in the past, it is right today.
Okay.
That's a matter of principle, clear principle.
And especially the problem I have is that if those who made that issue look good are not courageous enough to admit that, look here, we were wrong. So let's move forward with the right things.
But it's not just about them. It's about the whole nation. That's the point I'm making.
You see, and
that's the point I'm
this
making.
Reminds me about the 200 versus 2 million people, 220 million people or so. Almost all our laws are not made by the masses on the streets. All of them. And yet we commit ourselves to it. Of course, one can say something for the Fourth Republican Constitution, to the extent that I was subjected to referendum, even there we had difficulties. I voted yes. Some of our colleagues said no, that they didn't want. Some of the views we made was that to have a constitutional democracy, however imperfect, was preferable to the outright despotism of the military regime. So yes, to that extent, there was a popular participation via the referendum of April 1992. Right. But otherwise, all our laws, even amendments to this constitution sitting there, it was done in Parliament.
Exactly.
When
except that process does not take away the right of the people who are represented in Parliament to kick against what the Parliament has done and to protest against it.
What is the formula?
You understand?
The formula would be that maybe there's an election, there's a referendum, there's, and of course that is to change. But to talk, we have demonstrations, we have protests, you understand? We have these things. We can hold rallies, you can do seminars, which we have been doing for years to conscientize people in that direction of maybe a change. That's it. There's no other alternative within the context of the Constitution.
But the point I'm simply trying to establish is that Parliament may make decisions. Theoretically, parliamentarians are supposed to represent the population. But there have been many instances throughout history, and history includes yesterday, you understand, in which Parliament has made decisions which are unpopular with the people, and they have been changed.
Yes, true what means. Let's go for the specific. True what means.
So many means.
Yes.
So many means. And I don't want to be tempted to go into the means, because the means include overthrowing government.
Exactly. You see, and I'm saying that option is
overthrowing government.
That option is closed.
You may decide to close it. You understand?
But I'm saying that the Constitution closes it.
Yeah, but who says that everything that a society does which is popular is constitutional?
Oh, Kwesi, we have the law there. The law, that document there.
Yes. But the law itself,
this fundamental law of the land.
The law itself has validity only to the extent that the people accept it.
They accepted it
and believe that it serves their interest. You understand?
Further amendments have been done by Parliament.
Yesterday, something very significant happened at the Independence Square or Black Star Square, whatever it is called. You understand?
What is the difference in the name?
I sometimes wonder.
Independence Square, Black Star Square, what is it?
But some people have made a huge...
Is that also one of the Flagstaff House Jubilee House issues?
Exactly. That's it.
Well, not exactly. Because
exactly. The name...
What I saw written there yesterday is Black Star Square.
The 1966 school, you know that. It was
so proud to 66 was the name.
Black Star Square.
And the Independence Act is there.
Okay. Then it says after 66 school, Black Star Square was changed.
To Independence Square.
Okay. But yesterday I saw Black Star Square written.
But I don't see it in the context of the Flagstaff House
Jubilee House.
Okay. But I'm saying that something very significant happened yesterday at the Black Star Square or Independence Square, whatever you call it. Okay. What was it? The head of state who had the largest applause, the most emphatic display of public enthusiasm.
Was a 36-year-old.
Ibrahim Traoré.
He was a Western cowboy.
Yes, Ibrahim Traoré. Clearly. No,
not that.
That should say something. You understand? No, but that should say something.
Something about
in fact, the Speaker of Parliament,
a cowboy.
The Speaker of Parliament,
call him cowboy, call him whatever. The endorsement, the public endorsement, as far as you can.
He had the loudest applause.
The loudest applause, the loudest enthusiasm.
Okay. We've seen it all before. I am very cynical and skeptical about these characters.
Okay.
We've seen it all before. You've seen more than.
No problem. So, please. But for the moment yesterday,
he was
all the so-called democratically leaders and so on did not get the kind of endorsement that Ibrahim Traoré got at Independence Square. And that's a statement.
I'm struggling to get the logic of your point. What is it? That the Ghanaian community...
No, not just the Ghanaian community.
No, we're a majority there. The people clapping. Majority, obviously, were Ghanaians, Ghanaian citizens.
Okay.
What were they endorsing?
What they were endorsing? They were endorsing a struggle against neocolonialism. They were endorsing a struggle for African people to take hold of their resources and to exploit it for their own benefit. They were endorsing a regime which is saying no to foreign military bases on African soil and so on. Those were the things they were endorsing. Now, democracy, I'm saying that democracy must yield something that the people want.
Right.
Because democracy in our lifetime and throughout the world, on many occasions, has yielded things that are against the interests of the people. Clearly, so-called democracy. And in any case, if you come to test for ingredients in this so-called democracy, you find it lacking in many of the countries in West Africa.
We fought for this. Why did we fight to restore constitutional normalcy and multi-party democracy? Why? Why did we do that? We put our lives on the line.
Yes.
Some died, actually.
Yes.
Some died.
Many died.
Yes.
But
so why did we do that?
No, Kweku. We did that in expectation of certain results. We did that believing that it will yield dividends to the population.
I'm sure.
Now, if 30 years later we do an examination and find that what we struggle for is not yielding the dividends we want, are we not entitled to change our minds?
How do you do the change? Because I know you will
I don't have a gun. I'm not a soldier.
Did you see that?
You know, yes. I cannot organize a coup d'etat and so on. I cannot.
But I know you will not endorse or prescribe coup d'etat.
Under certain circumstances, I will.
In this constitutional era?
Look, for example.
The only time I would endorse coup d'etat is the counter coup d'etat, as Nkrumah himself said.
No, Kweku, let me give you another example. If we go to the elections, and we elect a government of our choice, and the previous government refuses to hand over, that will be justification for a coup d'etat. When the avenues for legitimate expression of the people is closed, you open the floodgates for coup d'etat.
This is a hypothesis I would not want to interrogate.
Why?
Because it wouldn't happen. And our history has vindicated that point. We've had about 8 or 9 transitions with all its challenges. And many of those transitions, that's why I made a point that even 2 election petitions came on board. We have found a way of deepening the democratic consolidation exercise. We should not contemplate, and because your scenario wouldn't happen, I tell you, no Ghanaian...
We cannot have a Bokassa as head of state in Ghana.
It's not going to happen.
How do you come to that conclusion?
That's why I said I will interrogate.
We could have a Bokassa in Ghana anytime.
Anytime?
Anytime we could have a Bokassa.
You are underestimating what our historical experience. I think you are... Look, we have created a critical mass of a commitment against military adventurism and for the upgrade again of constitutional democracy. Look, it's not a perfect system. No way. I'm not talking about perfection. I'm talking of a certain journey that we have taken, including with your support. With your effort, your participation. And here you give me a scenario, a hypothesis of a Bokassa at this stage in our history. It won't happen, my brother.
I'm surprised that you've come to a conclusion that it won't happen. Because I'm looking at elections in Ghana since 1991. And I'm looking at some of the candidates, some of the people who qualified to be on the ballot.
That's
their
right.
views,
the people decided,
and so on.
It's their right to be there. If they qualify in terms
one day, some of those people are going to emerge as victorious in our election.
If true,
and
fair
you know
and
that what I'm saying.
If true, fair and free means yes.
The person is elected. After he's elected, he says, "Hey, to hell with your constitution."
He can't do that.
It has happened in history again. We are talking about history, Kweku. Why? Adolf Hitler, was he not democratically elected? Look at what he put the world through.
Kwesi, again, you've gone to...
So I'm saying that when we have a situation and a Bokassa emerges and Adolf Hitler emerges, it becomes legitimate and proper.
I'm sure you're saying...
to overthrow them.
Okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
See, you know what? This argument, if you are not careful, could be reversed to justify the 66 coup. If you are not careful with this logic, it could be reversed.
In 1966, we didn't have a Bokassa in power. So we cannot reverse this argument to justify the 1966 coup.
I'm talking...
And again, on Hansard,
you know my position.
I know.
I'm talking of
Unanswered.
Who assumed that what we had was a Bokassa.
No.
They thought we had a life president when Nkrumah was never declared formally a life president.
Agreed.
But they thought we had, not that they thought, they saw a one-party state. The fact, again, and I'm being very honest, the 66 coup was completely unjustified. It was a foreign teleguided adventure. So that is not an issue we are going to even debate here. But the 65 elections, you could also call it selection. 1965, the second parliament of the First Republic. You could say so, because it was only the party, the Central Committee, that did the selection of the members of parliament, and then they were declared unopposed and came to parliament, the second parliament. And there are people who see those things as why they should justify the 1966 coup, because they look at just those things. I don't. I disagree, especially when you realize that it was foreign teleguided and financed. Yeah, so we have to be very careful.
There's no way that the 1966, I'm not saying that you are justifying it, but there's no way that the 1966 coup can be justified based on the evidence available to us now. We have the evidence.
Even then.
No. The evidence suggests very clearly that the 1966 coup had nothing to do with the emergence of a Bokassa. The 1966 coup came about only because Western interest was affected by the government then.
But they were plotting the coup.
Yes.
The CIA, the British intelligence, and the government.
But it was not to entrench democracy. It was not to overthrow a dictatorship. It was to protect Western
I'm
interest.
saying they will say so. They
cannot today. They cannot, because we have, for example, and I'm sure you know that, you have read it, the cable which was dispatched to the British Foreign Office by the British ambassador in Ghana at the time, in 1961. I'm talking about, what was his name? Pardon?
Is it Mahoney?
No, not Mahoney, the British High Commissioner here. Oh, I just forgot the name.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. In which he said that Nkrumah had to be gotten rid of because he was making the African too politically conscious.
That's all true.
Clear.
But I'm talking of those who were internal to the whole situation and who jubilated and celebrated the coup. Just listen to them.
Snelling, actually the British High Commissioner then was Snelling.
Yes.
Snelling.
Yes.
Snelling sent that cable to the Foreign Office, justifying the overthrow. This is 1961, September 1961. Okay. So they cannot turn around today and tell us that because Bokassa was emerging in Nkrumah and so on. It is
of course,
not.
look, even the first coup
the declassified documents of the CIA, and so it's clear why they conspired.
In 1958, we were multiple.
I had the privilege,
but there was a coup attempt.
I had the privilege, of interviewing AK the coup before he died. And Randy, I'm sure you've seen that.
On hot issues.
Yes, you've seen that interview.
Hot issues
in
on
which
TV3.
he admits that as far as he was concerned, Nkrumah was the best leader that Ghana ever had.
He was part of the conspiracy.
I know. And he explains how he got into the conspiracy through threats, blackmail, and so on.
I don't believe that. What I know and what I have, he was a conscious participant in the conspiracy. That coup, the main guy was Halley. He was the main guy. The police, Halley, JWK Halley was the main guy the Americans influenced. He brought in Kotoka, Afifa, they coup them all.
But what about Kwashi?
Kwashi, 37.
37?
Yes.
Kwashi, the guy at 37.
But he was packed, he was thick, deep, neck deep in the conspiracy. I know about it. 37 was one of the areas
that was home. That was where they met, that was where they plotted. And
I was on admission there.
Yes.
Yeah, I was on admission on that day. And there was a security guy. I didn't know he was a security guy, let me be honest. The old man used to visit him, sometimes very late. Sorry for that digression. Very late, he goes to sit with him. We were only two in the special ward. Okay. But the day of the coup, this man was so agitated. When even guns had not begun to boom, he goes out, he comes in, he goes out, he comes in. There was something wrong. It was the first day I realized that he had something like a Motorola. Okay. So I realized that then this man may be a very important person. by 7, 8.
AM or PM?
AM. No, by then the booms were going on.
Yeah.
You could hear from Flagstaff House. This man decided to cut, remove the louvers in the ward and then cut the net, jumping out. Within 5 minutes, there were soldiers there. They knew he was there.
Okay.
Apparently, he was not ill.
Oh.
He was on duty.
Okay.
But they killed him.
Okay. They found him.
Yeah, they found him and shot him dead. It's when my father came from jail 3 years later that he asked, what happened? Did something happen to that? And I saw that man was jumping out. The soldiers had just come and you could hear gunshots. So the man died. Then he told me that, the man was on operations.
Okay.
Because they knew 37 was part of the conspiracy then.
Right. Okay. All right. So we've done a bit, but we'll take a break. When we return, I'm sure that a lot of you are curious. You want to find out whether they still have their phone numbers, whether they still have numbers.
Who?
Whether you have your numbers, whether you have Kweku's number, whether Kweku has your number, whether they still eat together. Did they ever sleep on the same bed? Are they enemies? Indeed, were they described as twins with a 1-year age difference? Was there a woman at the center of controversy between them? Did somebody overtake another? I'm sure you're interested in all that kind of gossip. We'll be back shortly.
I've known Dr. Randy Abbey for a long while when he was Mr. Abbey. He was a young man who also was so enthusiastic in the things that I was doing as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association. In fact, he belonged to my fan club. And he was part of the group that helped us to, as it were, negotiate the path for free expression. And so I've watched him over the years, and I realized that he's been sticking to the values of the profession, the ethics of the profession. And I doff my hat for Randy for doing that. Many people who have been in radio
with them
turned into, as it were, TV, lose track somehow. But Randy has been consistent. He's been consistent in championing the cause of the ordinary Ghanaian. He's been consistent in championing a cause that corruption must be uprooted. He has been consistent in championing the cause that there should be no excess in the media. And so, Randy, if you are buying out now, I want you to know that you've made your mark in the media. And you have not been overly controversial. And anytime I see you, I tell you that you have kept it. You have made media accountability so easy for some of us to talk about. And so, Randy, in the next phase of wherever you are going, I want to wish you well. As a woman of God, I want to say that may God be with you. May God's Spirit rest upon you. You will not fail because you have always succeeded. And I know that your next phase too, God will help you to succeed. When you face any challenging times, know that with God on your side, it shall be well. Randy, I've always respected and loved you, appreciated you, and I'll continue to love, respect, and appreciate you. May God cause you to chalk more successes.
There's nothing worse than your multi-bet missing, but nothing better than having it saved. BetSaver.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
Who are you? Who are you? Charlie, I'll be you from the future. Who doesn't sleep on that slice of bread you call mattress anymore? Don some slippers, then follow me. It is part of the mattress we did it from there. Yeah? That'll be the mattress where the dead for me. Wait, what are you doing? Wow! No damage at all. Not only durable, but also super comfortable. Come on, try it.
Nothing day like Ash Foam. Enjoy full body support and unparalleled comfort for a restful sleep.
Don't forget your keys.
Get the premium sleep experience with mattresses from Ash Foam. Visit any of our showrooms nationwide or at ashfoam.com.
Attention all farmers. Are you ready to take your crops to the next level? Introducing 3 effective organic composts that will revolutionize your farming practices. ACAP, KCAP and Iricop brings to you the ultimate solution for your fertilizer needs. Introducing the ACAP Grade A, KCAP Equiafua Jinkwa and the Iricop with cocoa blends, palm blend and mulch. These are made from locally sourced municipal solid waste, and these are the perfect choice for sustainable farming. Join the organic revolution today. Boost your crop yield, improve soil health, and support sustainable farming practices. Choose ACAP, KCAP, and Iricop organic compost for a greener and bountiful harvest. For your purchase and more information, call the numbers on your screen. Our products are endorsed by COCOBOD, Planting for Food and Jobs, and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture.
This is Coastal Park, a well-demarcated gated community carved out to host your residential and commercial properties. With a minimum of 40,000 Ghana cedis, you too can own a piece of this serene site.
It's just 50 minutes drive from the Central University College, as well as just some 5 minutes drive from the Ningo Senior High School. More so, just in case you live somewhere in Adam and you want to take that excursion to many of those areas along the Volta estuary, this is the right property for you to invest in.
Great news from Estate Masters Limited. We're running a 10% discount promo on all sites to celebrate our 10th year anniversary. Join in the celebration by becoming an Estate Master. Enjoy benefits such as free site visits throughout the duration, free indenture, and free site plan. Contact us for more information. Remember, T's and C's apply. Estate Masters Limited, your most preferred estate partner.
But nothing better than having it saved. BetSaver.
Is how long Dr. Randy Abbey has been on the Good Morning Ghana show, a show that you started 23 years ago, a show that has seen many faces, many voices, many images. And today you close the chapter on this great show that has been part of many homes for 23 good years. Well done, Dr. Randy Abbey. And as my former colleague on the show, in fact, you invited me on the show, and you not only invited me, you actually gave me 3 days out of the 5 days. And my experience at Metro Television has been one of the most impactful in my life. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a mentor, a teacher, an encourager. And as you move on to your next chapter, I can only wish you greater things. And I remember during any football season, I think the World Cup, you'll be away, and I would have to host the program for a whole month, from Monday to Friday. It was not easy, but I loved it. And I think it gave me a very good grounding for where I find myself today. So, Dr. Randy Abbey, thank you for your contributions to building the media in Ghana, the lives that you have touched with your expertise, with your mentorship, and even as you move on, know that there are so many people who are bearing you up in prayer, who wish you nothing but the best. Thank you once again. Adios for now. See you on the other side. Bye.
I worked with Randy Abbey as producer director of Good Morning Ghana between 2005 to 2011 for a period of almost 6 years. And at that time, I was relatively younger, walked into these very big shoes. At the time, Good Morning Ghana was arguably the biggest and most authoritative current affairs show in the morning, and it was very influential. So being made producer director of that show was a very big task to fulfill. Working with Randy for me was an experience. It was a learning period. Randy was one of the most accommodated persons I ever worked with. He was more like a senior brother to me. I think it was because of the Akraka factor, and eventually we got to know that we at a point lived together in the same neighborhood and we had friends in common. So, and we both went to Accra Academy. So our relationship grew beyond Good Morning Ghana. It became more like a senior brother and a junior brother kind of relationship. Randy was always looking out for my interest. He was always urging me to learn. And Randy was the kind of person, and he still is, the kind of person who gives opportunity to young people to excel. He likes to see growth. And I can attribute a lot of my growth today to my period when I was producer director for Good Morning Ghana. And it's one of the things I put on my CV with so much pride. You know, I got in touch with so many power players within the political space. And working with Randy, I can say again, you know, was a learning experience in my life. We would call each other, we would discuss the topics to be discussed on the show. I would always have to monitor the media landscape, get to know what's going on, and say, Randy, this is the most topical thing. And he would even call me and say, Famous, this is trending. So I think that we should put this on board for the next day. Then we ask ourselves, so who are we bringing on board? So we were always discussing. And Randy he gave room to listen and, you know, always to teach and direct. So for me, working with Randy for nearly 6 years on Good Morning Ghana was one of the highest points in my career as a media and comm strategist. And even when I moved on from Good Morning Ghana, from Metro TV generally, to pursue other things, up to today, as we speak, I've been in very close contact with Randy. He has seen my growth as a person, and I've still been watching Randy from a distance. So sitting here today, I owe a lot of gratitude to Randy as a big brother, as I call him, and also to Good Morning Ghana and Metro TV for the opportunity to work with such a great personality like Randy Abbey, and also for the opportunity to meet very great personalities. We've encountered presidents, we've encountered ministers, we've encountered almost all the relevant people in our political space till today. And Good Morning Ghana became an authority. I remember very well that there were ministers that went for vetting, and reference was made to Good Morning Ghana, things they said on Good Morning Ghana. So it became the go-to place, and it still is the go-to place for a lot of government and opposition personalities or functionaries. So Good Morning Ghana being here today to speak about the program, for me, is very nostalgic. It brings back a lot of memories, and I would say that Randy's impact, or the impact of the program within Ghana's political or socio-political landscape, can never, ever be underemphasized. Never. Because Good Morning Ghana, even before now that you have a lot of other talk show TV programs, Good Morning Ghana was the ish, or if I should put it that way. You know, it was the go-to place for authoritative news. A lot of other platforms would watch Good Morning Ghana news portals to get headlines. So Good Morning Ghana has shaped society. It's shaped the political discourse of our country. And I'm very proud to have been part of that history and to have worked with people like Randy Abbey on the show. It wasn't just Randy, there was Shamima, there was Yaro Kasambata, there was Michael Katahina, and a host of other people that walked through. So today, if we're celebrating Randy, I think it's the least we can even do for all that he's done.
He started Good Morning Ghana. You know, I've been friends with Randy for almost as long as I've been back in Ghana. Yeah. I think I came back to Ghana 2000, the year 2000, and essentially moved my container here, I think, in 2001. But I moved to Ghana in 2000 and 2001. And Randy was among the friends that the friendship that I developed in the very early stages. I think it was ABF Husseini who nicknamed us a coffee shop mafia. Okay. Randy was a key member of that coffee shop mafia, with people like Kweku Bako, Egbert Fable, Kwame Sifakai, and several others, Gehad Mensah, and Kweku Sechiado, and others. And Randy was very much a part of the group. So we all had the opportunity to visit. We saw each other, apart from those who had been married before. You know, we attended each other's weddings and stuff, and even saw through some divorces and the rest of it. So, and I think just before he started Good Morning Ghana, he was with Choice FM at the time. Yes, and I think he even helped me to get a program at Choice FM. It was, I've forgotten what it was called, something about grill. Anyway, and when he first started, he had, I think, about 4 or 5 people he started with. Egbert Fable, Carter Four, the sports journalist, Edgar Redu. You know Edgar Redu? Yes, I think it's in insurance. Yes, father was Chief Justice, late Chief Justice. And then, if I remember correctly, and the late Captain Juaso. Yes, Captain Juaso. I think I started with Carter Four, Egbert Fable, Edgar Redu, and Captain Juaso. And then I think the next batch were myself, Kwesi Pratt, Kweku Bako, and others. You know, so to be, and you know, the thing about having a program is about sustainability. You know, and I think for the 23 years, he's managed to keep it relevant. And I think that really, it shows, you know, the quality of the program, the producers, and because it's not just about the host and the guests, but the producers as well, the camera crew and the rest of it. And I think I even introduced someone to sit in for him at that time, Shamima Muslim. Yes, she did the program. I introduced her to Metro TV at the time. I think I noticed her on Africa, TV Africa, as a panelist. and then spoke to her, and I thought she could do well at Metro. So yeah, it's been a good program. It's been an important part of the current affairs conversation in the country. And I think to do it for 23 years. I mean, because you look at the Sefakines, the Randy Abeys, not many can stay at the top for this long, But even within the 23 years, we saw some transformation with Randy, because Randy was very pro MPP in the beginning, and I remember he was even being drafted to stand for Parliament. And I think even in the 2008, I used to do a lot of work for the MPP with Vanqua Institute Communications. Randy was part of us. And I remember him saying at that time that it would be difficult for me if John Mahama becomes president, because a very good friend of mine, I'm very close to Ibrahim Mahama. He always said that, even those days where he was part of our more like our communication strategy team, not outwardly, but we had a group that we used to work together and plan for the MPP. And even when John Mahama became vice president, he still used to go on Peace FM, but he was more pro MPP. But he was always a bit, he can try to be I don't know about neutral. There's nothing about neutrality, but he can be fair to the facts. I think that was fair to the facts. I think that was one of the strengths, So we've seen that. But also, what is interesting is that I've seen Randy grow in terms of adding value to himself, especially in education, And this all happened over the last 23, 24 years, 25 years. I've seen it, and for me, he's a model to a lot of people. And wherever he's going, from here, I believe is a better place, and I can wish him well. And I can say it's a better place because of the circumstances, and I can only wish him well. And I'm sure that whatever he has in mind for the future, he will give it the same commitment, dedication, and if you like, professionalism. Eventually, he became perhaps a bit too predictable in how he conducted the program. But I think in our space, it is also understandable. Viewers know where a host stands. For instance, when you stand in to host, I know where you stand, and I'm sure your viewers also know where you stand. But they can look beyond that, because really people are discerning enough. But
you'll be fair about his objectivity if he's an objective person.
No, I think he can be fair to the facts.
It's a principle that runs to it.
There's something we call spin. You know what I mean? Yes. It's you can be fair to the facts, and you can spin with the facts. Huh?
Stand by.
Right, welcome back to the show, and we'll continue to listen to all those messages. And I guess we just saw the former Prime Minister. Gabriel Shida. Anyway, you're still watching Good Morning Ghana. And this is my final act, and still with me on the show have Kwesi Pratt Jr. and Kweku Baku Jr. And don't forget that there's a part 2. They're already here. We're going to be having a conversation with 2 former chiefs of staff. Nana Tudazi, who was chief of staff of President Rawlings, and the Honorable Kojo Mpieni, who was the chief of staff and minister for presidential affairs for President J. Kufuor. We'll be speaking to them about all the controversies and chaos with transitions, and irrespective of the fact that we have Act 845, we still seem to have problems with our transition. How can it get better? How can we make the process more smooth? But let's get personal with Kweku and Kwesi. Kweku,
yeah,
how did you guys meet? How did you become twins?
I'm sure it's mid-1970s. I think it was during the Champon period. But Kwesi used to work at the National Youth Council, am I right? And that's the first line, because he was, I've forgotten the exact position he was holding there, but he was influential enough to register youth organizations and political groups, quote unquote. And we had a group that we had formed called the SRELOG, Socialist Revolutionary League of Ghana.
Right.
And we thought we should get it registered. So I went to the office, and he facilitated the registration of that group, considering its ideological nature and things. Somebody would have hesitated. But of course, he ended up also apparently being ideologically on the same wavelength. So that strengthened, that transformed that contact that seemed official to something more liberal, friends and comrades. So the friendship and comradeship began then. Of course, when June 4th happened, he was not in Ghana then, I believe, and he came down. He was opposed to it, then that was a matter of principle. I was for it, but it didn't distort or dilute the friendship and comradeship that we had forged. And I think going forward, somewhere 78 or 79, thereabout, I need to check the records. I really didn't know we'll go to this deep, but we ended up being like family. He moved into my father's residence in Laboni. My stepmother was a bit uncomfortable initially, but my father was all for it, especially when he realized that this is friendship and comradeship based on something substantive. He was a politician himself, ideologically too to the left, and I'm not sure if I've talked with you this before, but when he was interrogating and I mentioned the name Pratt, he appeared to have had knowledge of Kwesi's father, trade unionism and things. He felt more relaxed that, look, why not? So Kwesi became part and parcel of the household. And I used to go to Tamai a lot. My elder sister was married to a ship owner, a Dutch, and they used to bring in all sorts of containers and things. And those days too, the economy was harsh. My one's pocket was always empty. So I made Tama like a second home, living with my elder sister, so that I looked after the house. They travel a lot too, so anytime they traveled, I had to go and stay there. So virtually, I shared the same bedroom with Kwesi here, but I was mostly out because looking for cash for both political and social activities. So that's what happened. And since then, our friendship moved also very political. The coincidence of believing in the same Pan-Africanism, Chromaism, and all the rest helped to keep us together. So we ended up, in spite of the fact that he didn't support the AFIC in terms of its emergence, characteristics, and things, the friendship continued. We ended up having meetings with the Boachi Jans and the rest, which brother Henry Smith, Victor Smith's elder brother, he was a friend from childhood, So the networking became stronger and deeper. That led us eventually to formation of the group we call Movement on National Affairs, MONAS. We launched a newspaper. Before then, we used to do what you call agitation and propaganda, leaflets and all those things, but tech play and all that. It was like citizen journalism of a sort. But he was a professional in terms of journalism training. So when we launched a newspaper called Frontline Message, later became The Message, or the Message. We tapped into his professional skills. At one stage, I think he was a consultant, if I check the back at the imprint, whilst I was editor. That was because he then had the professional competence to guide the movement's newsletter. It deepened. Post the Limann regime, yes, in fact, during the Limann regime, the friendship was still intact. The comradeship was still intact. I did not become a member of the PNP, even though I supported the PNP. We used to have a party called the People's Revolutionary Party, which was led by Johnny Hansen, one of the greatest Nkrumahist that I've ever encountered. He was a lawyer, and a close friend of mine too, but far older than me. He was our leader, People's Revolutionary Party, PRP. But somewhere along the line, he was enticed to cross carpet to join the PNP. And so we got angry, a lot of fury, and we formed what we call the Rejectionist Bloc, PRP Rejectionist Bloc, that will not go into thing. Our commitment was to the constitutional system, that we agreed with the elective principle. We agreed that the Limann regime party had won, and that ought to be respected. But in terms of ideological purity, we had differences here and there. Post that, our friendship and comradeship grew further. You can take it. We all went to jail anyway, post the PNDC coup d'etat. I came back.
Were you in the same prison?
No,
Okay.
1986, we were. First, we were sent to the BNI together, myself, Kwesi Akutowampao, may he rest in peace, and Ralph Kube. He was CDR, a CDR member. So sometimes I wondered how they added him to us. We were known opponents, but somehow the four of us, they took us through the public tribunal, then at State House. It was as if we were going to be prosecuted. Subsequently, we were sent to the Usher Fort. That's where we met Charles Taylor and the rest.
Of Liberia?
Yes, of Liberia.
Okay.
He was in custody. He was in Usher Fort. So, well, and the Gokas, Mauli Goka, Tremejan, and the rest. So, well, prison solidarity, it opens your mind, you interrogate issues, you get closer, when you've suffered the same culture. So it's gone on and on and on. Come MFJ, and that's the interesting point. I wasn't actively involved in terms of daily activities, but Kwesi will confirm, I used to play a background role, more or less like intelligence gathering and all those things. That's how come Edubua and his famous letters to Kwesi found their way into my custody.
Okay.
It's really, I'm not sure. Kwesi, do you have copies? I must do justice, then I can keep what I have. Otherwise, justice would and fairness would demand I make copies for him. Very, very insightful.
Anyway, I'll come to that later.
Very insightful pieces of records, which I will ask him his permission to include in my book. Yes, I'll be asking him permission, and I will source it.
Okay. But you'll be destroying.
Oh, check, not in full text. I mean,
you redact.
Exactly.
If it's published, it would destroy a certain historical narration that people have been giving. It will destroy it completely.
But shouldn't we do that? It should be done.
No, the man was telling us to be factual and truthful. I'm taking a cue from him.
Right.
Anyway, that's a joke. I would never use it unless
you have his permission.
I wouldn't. You'd be surprised that I haven't shown it to any friend before. Yeah, but it's
that
well
was the
kept.
condition on which I gave it to you.
So it's well kept, And then, of course, came the agitation for constitutional restoration. There were various groups that were formed. We still had the People's Popular Party for Democracy and Development, PPDD. You know, we were in our heritage, which subsequently became People's Heritage Party. Of course, we all eventually got together under the umbrella of the Great Alliance Project with the Akai and Kufuor. Them, you know, that's where I was part of his campaign team virtually for, is it Ayawaso Central?
Ayawaso Central, yes.
You know. So we've kept it. AFC came, Alliance for Change came, we were founding members of that movement. And we have this mutual respect that informs our friendship and comradeship. There are people, I've heard, there are a lot of people who think we don't communicate. There are a lot of people who think we are virtually enemies. Not true. I mean, we've grown. We are not kids. Because he's about a year older than me, if I'm right. Yes. You know, I'm 70, going to be 71. He will be moving to 72. My philosophy of life is that we'll move on. You look back to see how lessons could be learned in order not to fracture friendships and things, but we move on because we all have families. In fact, his children are like my children.
I was going to ask about a certain relationship with Kwesi's sons.
Yes, they are friends. I love them. And it's also because of the history, you understand? So I'm not sure where they are now because they haven't been in touch for a while. But you'll be surprised that there were occasions anytime they were in the jurisdiction, they look for me and come to see me, the boys, the twins.
Yes.
Yes, and don't forget the twins were in jail. I think we're in prison.
Yeah.
Yes.
When they were born.
Yes.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, right.
And even that was part of what, you know, grows your friendship. Because here we were inside and knowing that one colleague, his wife is expecting, and then the news about twins. And it's difficult, but also helpful in many positive ways, you know. So those who think we are not in touch, last night or just before night, he sent me a WhatsApp on this Polisario thing, which I checked and realized that he was right. Indeed, he sends me constantly. You are here, you are my witness. If you check my WhatsApp, consistently he sends me messages, some on very serious, you know, diplomatic, foreign policies and all the rest. And we share our views on it. So we are in constant touch. That's true. And
so it means you're still conniving?
It smells conspiracy.
You're still conniving and conspiring?
There's a hint of conspiracy. You know, where we have reached, we can't do otherwise. We're just friends, comrades. You know, we have differences on certain issues, you know, which I'm not sure ought to be displayed here. That's not the spirit behind this intercourse, you know. So I would avoid those things. But otherwise, friends and comrades, we still are.
Was he filling the gaps for me?
No, I think that what Kuku has said is true. I mean, I met him and others in the middle of 1970, where I was working at the National Youth Council as the head of public relations. And the first meeting was quite controversial. I mean, I was in charge of registering youth organizations, but the authorities would not register the Socialist Revolutionary Youth
League of
Ghana because of socialism. So there was a huge battle, and I was in the middle of this battle, and eventually that battle was won, and the Socialist Revolutionary Youth League of Ghana was registered, you know. So my relationship with Kweku and all the others, you know, was actually firmed on a commitment to socialism, and it has been throughout, you know. There's one thing that is very significant for me, and that has to do with our days at Osherford Prison. And I remember that Chemejan and others were executed. They were picked from the Osherford Prison and they were executed, you know, later. And I remember that dawn when they were leaving the prison, they actually made sure that we heard were going to be executed. They were being taken away to be executed. And I remember Mauli Goka telling us that they were on their way, they were going to be killed that day, and that we should carry on the fight. That was an extraordinary act of courage, you know, and that has lived with me throughout, you know. I mean, the fact that they knew they were going to be executed, they were on their way to the firing squad, and they still had the courage, you know, to encourage us to carry on with the struggle and so on. Something I can never forget. And all of us were in the Oshaport prison, you know, at the time. I mean, the relationship between Kuku and I has gone beyond friendship. I mean, now I don't see Kuku as a friend. I mean, I see him as more or less a brother.
Sure.
And we have disagreed on many issues before. I mean, and still sometimes we do disagree. I mean, for example, on the question of the AFRC.
Sure.
I mean, the June 4th event happened at the time that I was in Philadelphia. I wasn't in Ghana, I was in Philadelphia. And I came back immediately. And at the time, I was hosting, I was the interviewer on this program in town.
In town, right.
Hosted by Emilia Krumwala Dama. So 2 days after my arrival from Philadelphia, I'm sitting on television and I'm disagreeing with the AFRC and saying that it was not a revolution and condemning the executions and so on, you know. 2 days after my arrival from Philadelphia. And that was one point of disagreement. But largely, we have agreed until, perhaps, until 2007, 6 thereabout. We had virtually agreed, you know, on many of the issues, you know, if not all of the issues. So he's a brother. I mean, this is a guy in whose bed I slept, you know. We lived together and so on, and did so many things that today I'm not sure we would be able to do. I mean, one of the things, Kuku, if you remember, was when we decided to arm ourselves.
Sure.
You know, we actually decided to arm ourselves, and I constantly carried a revolver and so on, because of the times, you know, and we thought that it was necessary to arm ourselves, and we did arm ourselves and so on. So we've been through a lot. I think that even at our ages, there's still a lot that we are going to go through as friends, as brothers. I think that there's a lot that we are going to go through as Ghanaian people and so on. And perhaps there's a need to insist on a certain mutual respect, you know. And you see, for those on the fringes, those on the periphery and so on, sometimes they make so many mistakes. I mean, Randy, I still keep my relationship with former President Kufuor very, very close. I visit him, we have conversations. In spite of the fact that when he was in office, I mean, at some point, really, he came under my fire because I disagreed with him. And in spite of the huge role that I think I played in getting him elected as president. So we're going to be talking about transition. The transition in 2000 to 2001 was not easy at all. Sure. It was a very difficult transition. A lot of people today say that it was a smooth transition, it was an indication of how democracy works and so on. It's not true. There were forces at that time who had sworn that there would be no handover of power to President Kufuor. And we had to do so many things, you know, in order to neutralize them. And for the first time, let me say that we succeeded with considerable help from somebody like Captain Kojo Chikata. If it hadn't been for him, it was not possible to get that smooth transition. So the credit for that smooth transition actually goes to Captain Kojo Chikata. You know, so maybe we'll talk about these things later. But Kuku, accept my respect. I mean, this opportunity has been.
I have one question for you, Kuku. One question.
Randy.
Yes, one question. Let him answer.
I would never.
Yes.
And I'm telling you honestly, I would never have agreed to be on a panel like this.
Yes.
I mean, it's been requested over a long period of time. I've always refused. Because I don't think that public discourse should be reduced to a circus or a football match with cheering supporters behind, you know, or a boxing match or something. I think it should be elevated to a certain level. I agreed to participate in this program this morning, only out of respect for you.
Thank you very much.
And because I feel that it is necessary to honor the role that you have played on this program and in general. Otherwise, I would never do that.
I appreciate it.
I mean, the request has been made over and over again. People want to see me and Kweku sitting together and arguing so they can take sides and cheer and declare winners and so on. I'm not a gladiator. I'm not a boxer.
That's a
I
good
mean,
shot.
I want to be a serious person who reflects on issues and so on. I don't want to engage in this useless, contest. And so on.
You know, I had the same sentiments when you called me. I also ended up saying that, but for you, the fact that it's your final act, I would not do it because see, people have different things. And sometimes you go on social media, there are two people, and they are giving percentages. Oh, this one won, this one lost. I mean, that's not what we were made for. Of course, I've been Kwesi on Newsfile, GBC Big Breakfast Show, and GBC Breakfast Show. Yes.
You know, Kakra Samoa, it reminded me this morning that I had both of you on what they used to do on Joy. What's the name of that?
Crossfire.
Crossfire.
Yes.
Yeah.
Crossfire.
Yeah.
That's true.
So Kakra Samoa reminded me this morning that
we've done it before, and it was always based on respect. You know, mutual understanding, and where we disagree, we
I'll still ask the question I want to ask you.
Please do.
So how come that despite the fact that you guys were like twins and everything, was he married early? You married late.
Lack of
Is this a question? Is it a question to ask?
Allow him to answer.
Lack of self-discipline.
Okay.
I was virtually a rolling stone. Yeah, I was a rolling stone, and that affected my opportunities to access a decent woman. Thankfully, I got a woman, just the right fit for purpose.
That's why you are still paying school fees.
Say it again.
When Kwesi has grandchildren.
Kolegono. Kole Lagoon.
Yes.
Do you understand it?
They took a lot of them.
Exactly.
That's why you don't drive past there. Because you hear daddy, daddy.
Yes. But we are lucky.
Yes.
I'm saying I'm lucky. I'm sitting here.
By the grace of God.
Yes. Focusing on journalism, practice of journalism, focusing on politics, public advocacy, actually took me out of a certain realm. Things that I was doing.
You know, I mean, Kweku asked if I still have copies of the letters that Obuahini wrote to me. I made only one copy of those letters, and I gave them to him on condition that they would never be disclosed, never be published, and so on.
But that highlights your level of trust for him.
Yeah, he's the only person I gave copies to. You know, I think maybe one or two people read it,
but he didn't give them copies.
Because he's the only person I gave copies to. And there's one particular letter which is very, very revealing. So very revealing, you know. If he wants permission to publish it, why not? I mean, it's been so many years, he can publish it. So
are the people involved dead?
A lot of them will be dead.
Okay.
You know, so he can publish.
You know why I asked him that question?
I mean, no problem at all. You can publish it.
It's one of the constraints I face.
Yes. My problem is that my documents are not as well organized as Kweku. You know, so you find my documents in briefcases. And even today, if I were to trace those letters, it would take me weeks to find it.
Okay.
So, Kweku, you promised to give me a copy, I would have it. I have a copy, but it's...
to make it readily available.
To make it readily available, because I've been talking about that letter, and I think it's important to refresh my memory.
All right, okay. So, gentlemen, thanks. And
I have a question for you.
Please do.
What and when next?
I'll let you know.
Do a disclosure.
Now I have
I'll let you know.
You have an idea?
Now I have an idea.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Based on what Gabi said, and based on one or two things, I think I know where Randy is headed. I am sure that I know where Randy is
If you
headed.
ask me for
He hasn't told
advice,
me, but I know.
I would suggest that you go outside the jurisdiction.
My children are too young.
Which is jurisdiction?
Ghanaian jurisdiction.
My children are too young. Maybe I should go and rest on my farm.
Go and do some diplomacy.
Maybe I should go on my farm.
I think I know where Randy is headed. But, I mean,
International
Randy,
diplomacy.
No,
it's your own decision.
Yes.
You know, but I think that this program and your involvement in journalism has been so impactful that left to me, my advice would be that this is not the time to exit. This is the time to consolidate what
maybe we understand where we know what and where next.
I know where he's going. I don't make these mistakes. I know where he's going.
Kwesi knows what I don't know.
Interesting.
I think I know where he's going.
He's looked into his crystal ball.
I think so.
I'll caution him. I looked into crystal ball and I failed.
For which one?
For the last election.
This one, the election?
Yes.
You didn't see well.
Say it again.
Maybe you need, maybe you need to change your lenses. They lied to you.
No. 2020, I looked into the crystal ball.
And saw clearly.
This 2025.
You know, some of the guys.
You need another eye test.
Randy,
say it again.
Some of the guys, if you listen to them, there was no way you could conclude that MPP Dr. Bawumia were going to lose. If you listen to them, the confidence, the figures were throwing out and so on, you know.
But it was somebody like, in my case, it's the wish first.
Yes. It's more of a wish than a prediction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, gentlemen, thank you so very much.
Yes, boss.
Thank you so very much for being on this journey with me for 23 years. I'm so grateful. But I'm having the 2 chiefs of staff.
That's a
right here, right now.
But right now, I don't have enough time.
We'll still do it. We have like 45 minutes, so we'll still do it.
It's a good point.
So I'm going to have.
One of them is my. Is it
Nana Tudazi? Is your uncle?
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Kojo Mpieni. Do you remember Mr. Kojo Mpieni when he's called for interviews early morning, and his when you call him and the interview, and he did that to Kwame Sevakai several times. So, Chief, you person on your casa, send me about who person on me casa and no past 6 o'clock. Krachi, Amamo Yambunu radio, so why? Nice day.
Yes, but you know it was right. There were people, you called them, they are even in the bathroom and they start talking.
There was a day we met President Kufuor, and Kwame raised it, thinking that President Kufuor was going to be upset. And the president, that's it. How come my chief of staff be granting interviews at 6 a.m.?
Some of them hadn't even read the publication.
Yes.
And they start answering.
Yes. And it got a lot of them in trouble.
That's right.
Anyway, so thanks, gentlemen. Thanks. I'll miss you a lot. Up next.
What and when next? That's my question for Randy Abbey.
God knows best.
Don't you know?
We'll be back shortly.
First met Dr. Randy Abbey, then playing Randy Abbey in the 90s when he interviewed me on Choice FM. I believe he was in his 20s, had just finished high school. The depth of the questions he asked me and his interview style left a big impression on me. And I remember saying to him that I see great days ahead of him if he remains in the field of journalism. Fast track to today. Like vintage wine, he has matured over the years. And without doubt, can be considered as one of the most accomplished journalists of his generation. He has influenced the course of our political evolution. But beyond broadcasting, you can say that Randy has shown his competence and versatility in other fields beyond journalism. He has made a mark in the field of sports, where he was a member of the GFA executive that took Ghana to the World Cup for the first time, and a back-to-back qualification for the World Cup. He has, in pursuit of his career, tried to broaden his intellectual and professional competence. That's why the young Randy Abbey that I met 8 years ago can proudly call himself Dr. Randy Abbey, today. I don't know what his future plans are. But one thing I'm certain of is that wherever he finds himself, he will make an impact. He will be an influential person in whatever activity of life that he pursues. And at this juncture, I want to wish him all the best and urge him to continue to serve God and country.
I've known Dr. Randy Abbey was a young man who also was so enthusiastic in the things that I was doing as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association. In fact, he belonged to my fan club. And he was part of the group that helped us to, as it were, negotiate the path for free expression. And so I've watched him over the years, and I realized that he's been sticking to the values of the profession, the ethics of the profession. And I doff my hat for Randy for doing that. Many people who have been in radio turned into, as it were, TV, lose track somehow. But Randy has been consistent. He's been consistent in championing the cause of the ordinary Ghanaian. He's been consistent in championing a cause that corruption must be uprooted. He has been consistent in championing the cause that there should be no excess in the media. And so, Randy, if you are buying out now, I want you to know that you've made your mark in the media. And you have not been overly controversial. And anytime I see you, I tell you that you have kept it. You have made media accountability so easy for some of us to talk about. And so, Randy, in the next phase of wherever you are going, I want to wish you well. As a woman of God, I want to say that may God be with you. May God's Spirit rest upon you. You will not fail because you have always succeeded. And I know that your next phase too, God will help you to succeed. When you face any challenging times, know that with God on your side, it shall be well. Randy, I've always respected and loved you, appreciated you, and I'll continue to love, respect, and appreciate you. May God cause you to chalk more successes.
He started Good Morning Ghana. You know, I've been friends with Randy for almost as long as I've been back in Ghana. Yeah. I think I came back to Ghana.
First, let me congratulate my senior brother, Mr. Randy Abbey, for all these years of service to Ghanaians through his advocacy in the media. It is quite sad he's bowing out, but this is life. He has to move on to pursue other things that he believes would help humanity and his own career goals. For me, this program he hosted all these years helped shape opinion. One would say that he tilted in a certain political direction, but that is what it is. For me, entering that platform gave me an opportunity to do more thinking and more research. Because the only thing that Randy can beat you with is his research. He will do his reading before the program. So if you think that it is only a political program, so you are running your mouth, you get exposed. A few times I was caught off guard. And Randy has a smart way of trapping you in a certain sense, because he will lead you. And if you are not alert, you can fall into his bunker. But he also has this great sense of humor. There were times that appearing on the show, it got very heated, but he would have a quick way of taking a commercial break so that we settle matters. And sometimes he would make the whole thing humorous.
Stand by.
Right, welcome back to the show. If you just joined us, you're watching my final act, my last edition of Good Morning Ghana. It's been 23 years already, and it's time to take a bow. Anyway, so with me on the show at this point, I have two chiefs of staff, former chiefs of staff. So to my immediate left is Nana Atu-Dadzie, who was the chief of staff of President Rawlings. Nana, good morning. Right. Also with me on the show is a former chief of staff and also minister for presidential affairs, the Honorable Kojo Mpieni. He was the chief of staff of President J. Kufuor. Chief, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good by the special grace of God.
Great.
Yes. Great to have you here. I know it's in the Constitution, but who's the chief of staff?
Well, the chief of staff immediately is the head of the staffers, persons whom the president appoints to work in his office, by law, by Constitution, Article 58, executive power vests in the president. And in the presidency is also the vice president. And of course, he needs people to work and execute, to enable to execute his functions. So the people, the officials he appoints, essentially are the first and foremost the presidential staffers. But there are other persons, people who are, posted from the civil service or public service to his office. And you can also employ people, experts and whatnot to work with. But the presidential staff constitute those he appoints under the Presidential Staff Office Act.
What about ministers, deputy ministers, and CEOs?
Yeah, they fall outside that category. The ministers, they fall outside the presidential staff, But these are constitutional appointees. The law talks about the president appointing them to execute the executive authority.
So the chief of staff is not responsible for them?
No, technically not. But the chief of staff is like a coordinate thing. Through him, processes go up to the president, and then he directs what should be done because of the nature of the constitutional arrangement that we opted for. Not the Westminster Prime Minister the arrangement, but the power of the state vests in the president. It's him we hold responsible because he has the three powers of state. He all vested in him. He's immediately the head of government. He's immediately the head of the armed forces, but essentially he's also the head of state. When he's performing that function, he must tower above party or partisan levels. So it's a very powerful position indeed.
Okay. Now, Chief, you were not President Kufuor's first chief of staff.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you weren't. Now, a question is, I mean, what do you look out for in a chief of staff? Who must be a chief of staff?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Well, I believe the chief of staff will be somebody who is very close to the president. Close in the sense that you are in the office, maybe you are the first person he contacts on a lot of things. So it should be somebody who has some rapport with who will be able to talk to the president on more, not official, not only on official levels, but also on unofficial levels. Somebody who the president should have confidence in, that he could leave things to him and he should report truly to him. So there should be some sort of cordiality between them. They should understand themselves. They should understand themselves very well. And if they knew themselves before they came together, it helps. For example, in my case, I knew the president from secondary school. Oh, he was 1 year ahead of me.
At Prempeh?
At Prempeh. Okay. So during those days, secondary school, maybe total population is about 600. So you know yourself, you become clannish, if I will use that word. And then after secondary school also, we became members of parliament in the same party in 1979.
The Third Republic?
In the Third Republic.
Okay.
So he was somebody I've known.
You were MP for where?
For, at that time, they called the constituency Mampong South.
Okay.
That's what is now Afija Secretary East.
Okay.
Afija Secretary East. So
is that where I came to?
Yes,
your hometown.
Your
Yes.
hometown. Yeah,
Okay.
that's where you came to. So I was lucky to work with somebody I've known over some time, and I think because of that also, the relationship between us was extremely cordial, if I put it that way. And therefore, because I have known him for over a long period, and he has known me also over a longer period, he could leave a lot of things to me because I understood him and he also understood the way I behaved, the way I reacted to him and to other people. And therefore, we have a very smooth working relationship to the extent that he could leave a lot of things to me to handle, which on that. As a chief of staff, you are advisor to the president. You are, as my friend, you are the sort of bridge between him and all his appointees. Everybody will have to come to you to talk. Even if they want to go to the president to discuss some issues, they may come and seek your advice because they believe that you know the president, you may know the president's thinking. So they come to you to seek your advice. And because I have known him over this long period, we have some very close working relationship.
Why did he have to add Minister for Presidential Affairs to your portfolio?
It was simply because there were things you have to go to Parliament.
Okay.
And as a chief of staff, you go to Parliament as a visitor.
Okay.
But if you're a minister, you go there on the authority of your position. So you could send bills, which I think I sent about 2 or 3 bills to the House. And you are always allowed to go. Otherwise, a chief of staff, yes, they will allow you in, but...
So then you have to rely on another minister to do those things for you?
To do a lot of things, yeah.
Okay, okay. All right, I get it. So, yes.
I was just going to add that, you know, one, like my colleague said, one critical thing is about loyalty. You know, in governance, loyalty is very important. It's extremely important. You must have people you can trust.
More important than competence?
No, I was just going to come to that. I mean, we first and foremost, you must trust a person. You may have a very competent but disloyal person.
Right.
Which one do you choose?
Right.
You know, so you must have somebody who is very competent, you know, who execute your the responsibilities assigned to you, which part you have passed to him. But at the same time, it must be loyal. Somebody you can count on. That in your absence, he will not collude with people. He will not deceive you. He will not abuse that office because it's a huge office. I mean, one just letter. You know, I've read something like the president has issued a letter, saying that some people should be released from prison.
Yes.
The next day, there's a letter which says that no, the president has never said anything like that. Well, what does that mean? Or the president has sent some documents to Parliament for the approval of a loan. The president has to come back. It should never happen. You get me? In the AFRC period, if you know, there were terrible things. Those days, people were saying, "Oh, somebody has been sentenced to 99 years imprisonment." 2 hours later, then the AFRC will come out. No. The chairman of AFRC has never issued that. No, there must be stability in governance. It should be very clear. That's why the issue of loyalty. Yes. I was at the time, for instance, PNEC put in there that your signature must be the authoritative signature. So even if you come back, say the chairman of the PNEC says this, I said, okay, you go. I'll issue it in 10 minutes. He's waiting to clear it with the boss, first. Yes, but I have to go. So I don't know. So because I'm trusting you. It's what the boss says.
So is the chief of staff a yes man, a person who massages the ego of the president?
That is the wrong person to choose.
That's the wrong person to choose. I agree with him.
Exactly.
That would be dangerous for you as a president.
Very dangerous for you as a president.
You must be able to tell your boss, I think this is wrong, and discuss it with him. Let him give you an example. There have been instances when the president reports from, say, national security to the president, and the president would just immediately to me, this person must go. I looked at it and said, what is the reason for this? So your president has instructed you, you can't say no. So I will wait for maybe a day or two and go back to him. Mr. President, I believe this thing is not right, and give reasons why I think these things are not right. And the president will look at it and maybe, are you sure about this? I said, why don't you let these other people check to find out if what I'm saying is right or wrong? So they will check and I come back to whether what I have told him is the right thing.
Right.
So the chief of staff, the president, should be, as he rightly said, loyal. Loyalty is very important. Competence, I believe you take the person because you think he's competent. But very important that he must be loyal to you. And very important that he should be able to look you in the face and tell you, sir, I think this thing is wrong. If you don't have that, you have a problem.
You see, it is because people are probably expecting you when the president's is meeting, with the public or something like that, and the president says, I've done this. Then you sit down there, Mr. President, you haven't done that. No chairman criticizes the chief in public.
Right.
That's what it is. Okay. So, but you wait. When it finishes, then you come back. How did I perform today? So, well, you did well, but what you said wasn't correct. Is that so? Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you, take a little parcel to him and say, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't know. So you are the one.
There's a chiefs of staff are not loved because you most of the time play bad cop for a president who plays good cop for diplomatic purposes. So you virtually end up carrying the can and being the person who displaces people. What I mean is that there are times that presidents can't tell people in the face or shouldn't tell people in the face that it's A or B, and they sometimes create the impression that it's A.
You know what the Americans call that? You are the fall guy.
Yes.
So you take all the faults of the president. You sit down, that I've had a situation where the president was at a meeting with the chairman, and he said, I've signed this document, what's happening to you guys? And one of our former, ministers at the time, said, but that thing is on your table. You haven't signed it. That's not right, It was quite embarrassing. You don't do such things, So you really have to be, diplomatic about it. Yes, I will check it. And immediately you rectify it. So, yes, but the people on your side, your colleagues, may end up hating you They'll think that you are snitching on them, you are talking ill about them to the president. You know, the people, the supporters, today with party supporters, they think that you are blocking their access to the president. Meanwhile, you have the president on top of you, stamping and, you know, why is this law happening? You know, like, so he's a poor guy, but he's holding so much power that he must be a responsible person to be the chief of staff.
That's right.
Chief, I heard many times people say that, oh, I met the president, I went to see the president said it's okay. It's chief who's delaying the thing. I don't know why he's doing that. The president said he should do it.
You are only a chief of staff to the president. You don't have power. The power is with the president. And so if something is not being done, for example, if appointment is not being done, the chief of staff has no power to give appointment. It's only the president who can give the appointment. The chief of staff can go and advise the president that, Mr. President, this guy you have decided to do this to him. Could you maybe ask the national security to check on his background? Because this is what I might have heard. It may not be true. So you have to suspend it for some time. Your president will listen to you because there may be some truth in what you are telling. So the national security will check, they will come back and say nothing. Or they come back and confirm what you've told the president. So he said, put it aside. Have you informed him? No, I have not. Okay, there's no need to appoint him to that position. So you don't have any power. Chief of staff has no power. I heard a lot of people say about me. He's done this or that. But the only thing is that I will discuss with the president. He will listen to me, to my views. And if my views are right, he will take my views. And he will ask me to communicate that to people. And so this thing is coming from me. Well, I might have advised the president, there's no doubt about that. But I don't have that power to do it. The power is the president.
Let's just, yes. I'll stop on this one. Yes. You see, don't forget that the president has his own private friends.
Yes.
People he grew up with and people is, you know, every president has his own friends. You know, you are a staffer, he works with you, you understand. Of course, the one area we don't talk about is the wives of presidents. They are as important and critical as other appointees. You get me? I mean, there's an Ashanti
people have said something about when President Reagan, his wife, people say, he said, I sleep with him. I am the last person to go to the bedroom with him. So he listens to me.
Right.
He shows the power
of the wife.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's an Ashanti proverb said, don't be afraid of those who are around the chief, you know, what they can say. You should be really scared about the person who sleeps with the chief or behind the chief at night. You understand? Because after all is said and done, they go in there and it takes counsel. So it's very important that we also handle our first ladies properly. Probably have a little office where it's regulated, you know, things can be checked and all that. Because their influences can or may drive national policies.
Let's
be accountable.
Let's drill down to transitions.
Yes.
In the Fourth Republic, it's been chaotic.
Yes.
Especially when it's from one party to the other. And we even have a Transitions Act, 845, 2012. It still seems not to have solved the problems. It seems to have created some process, put in place some process, put in place some way of doing things. But we still have a lot of issues. For example, why are you making appointments at this time? Why are you making payments at this time? Why are people being promoted at this time? Why are you taking such decisions at this time? And especially when under the Transition Act, the Joint Transition Team has been formed, then the chaos also escalates to another level. So you have a situation where in the morning, this side of the transition team, the President-elect's Transition Team issues a statement. In the afternoon, the side of the incumbent, the president, also issues a statement to say no. Why do we have this chaos, and how do we deal with it?
Well, You know, students who transition, try to read and understand transitions, not only in Ghana, but, you know, internationally. And I would say immediately that what you are putting forward is not going to end tomorrow. It's going to take quite a bit of time. You know, the U.S. has been in existence for how long? 300 years or something like that. They've had to deal with these challenges all over the years. I mean, some of their challenges were terrible, horrible. You know, literally like fights between presidents and whatnot. In 1963, they passed a law, the Presidential Transition Act, which, you know, influences our, you know, 2012 transition. So you try to create a guideline to enable the process to be fulfilled, so that smooth and orderly transfer of power. But you are talking about human beings dealing with it. You talked about, you know, issues of appointments, recruitment, heavy ticket pay, like contracted, big sums of money are being paid out hurriedly during the transition period. We talk about assets transfer, and in some cases, assets being sold to appointees themselves. You come to work or you come to purchase, you know, state assets, you know, sale of these assets to appointees. There are so many problems. Cars, you know, the bungalows they live in. There are questions. Should cars be sold to appointees? Should, you know, bungalows be sold to? Should the lands be sold to appointees? It's a whole list of things. These are challenges like in the year 2000, I faced as Chief of Staff. 2009.
Yeah, 2009.
You took over.
Yeah.
I read 2 complaints. They're exactly the same, you know, and we haven't been over to. But these are issues we flag. And we try to scale over, you know. The current transitional team, for instance, I sit in, you know, as a technical person. And I think they've done a lot of good, but still, there's a human factor is still there, you know. But we, at a point in time, we may need amendments, you know, legal statutory amendments to improve the system. For instance, President Akufo-Addo recently wrote a letter last December ordering all the ministers to pack their cars by January 3rd. You get me? So that you don't, you know, you must walk away without your car. That ends one of the questions that's been on since 2000. Should a minister go home with a car, or should a minister not go home with a car? It's one of the things which has created this conflict between NDC and NPP. These are the challenges, what you are talking about. You know, we can't understand each other. But now he says, you can't, you know, fulfilling, you know, or defining clearly for all times. Now the issue of can a building be sold to, you know, the occupant? These are all matters. I wish we were able to do a little more, come to a greater conclusion to this. But like I said, maybe it's a human thing. We just started, how many, 30 years ago?
30 years.
You know, 30 years in a constitutional regime, you know, it's a short period. But I think that, like I said, we can do more. And where we are having problems, probably use the law to, say, amend Act 845. I mean, the presidential transition law, to say that when you are going away, you should do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this. And particularly, generally, the world over, when you are leaving office, during transition time, you don't do certain things. These are by convention. You know, you don't take big decisions, you know, because
the people who say, Nana, the people who say that the framers of the 1992 Constitution expected leaders, presidents, and other people in leadership to act in a statesman-like manner. And so they gave a lot of discretionary power. But we've seen this discretionary power abused in this Fourth Republic to the point that it appears that we must legislate for everything.
That's exactly what
which I believe is you can't legislate for everything.
Yes.
But we must learn. As a society, we must learn. At least we can learn from others. I believe we still have, but there seems to be some improvement from the first transition.
The 2000-2001 one.
Yes. You see, there's been some improvement looking at what is happening now. You know, and also at times we listen to our supporters.
Yes.
And the coup mentality is still with a lot of us. There's a change of government. Appears it's a coup which has removed everybody, everything. And therefore everything must go, everybody must go. And this is something, especially the two major parties should learn and educate their members that a change of government does not mean a coup d'etat, where soldiers come in and destroy everything. Because once we decided to go this way, there's always bound to be a change of government. And also, as my brother said, people in must learn. You know, you see, and I think you also said it, you are president of the nation, you are going out in 2 weeks. If there's really need to appoint somebody, I think the best thing is to consult the ones who's coming to take over, to seek his opinion. If he says no, the right thing for you to do is to leave it. Because maybe you have 1 month to leave the scene. And he's come to work with that person for 4 years. But unfortunately, we as a people not learning. And I believe if you want to legislate for everything, then we may have maybe. But they are the lawyers.
What do you say to the people who say that because we have demonstrated that we are not learning, because we have demonstrated that the framers of the Constitution were wrong to give us discretionary power, believing that we will apply common sense, then we should as well legislate?
No, but just a minute. You know, I think that they need to enhance the Act 845, the presidential transfer. But more importantly, there's also the need to add some sanctions to it. You see, the handing over notes must be submitted within a month before. So in America, the handing over notes are submitted 6 months before. So we're able to.
Does the law prescribe how the handing over notes must be done?
Yes.
Because you hear issues. For example, this transition. I hear some of the people in transition say that the notes they brought us did not include this. It was when we asked them questions. And some of the information are pieces of information that should not be lost out in a handing over note.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that the section 6 or so of the law indicates what you should put in.
Yes.
You see. But the returns from the, the exiting government will be shortfall. There's a shortfall. If you bring me results of vehicles for the exiting government as at February 2024, there's a shortfall of 8 months. You understand? What happens? There's a period, more cars or whatnot to be purchased. You understand? So, but if you don't have time, if you have the 1 month and even the handing over notes have not come in, how do you examine it? You see, that's where the tension is. You know, people, where are these? Where are this? And you feel uncomfortable. Then you have, foot soldiers who say, where the cars are. If you are not getting, we'll go and retrieve them. So it's a question of enforcement. It's also, but clearly there's a need for legislation to improve.
Yes. You see, I believe we forget even the more important issues in the handing over.
Yes.
We think looking at, say, for cars and things of that nature. These are not very important. The ministries should be able to give you comprehensive handing over of what they have done, where they are, what projects are in the pipeline, what have been done. These are more important than these vehicles and whatnot. Well, because if you take a vehicle, people will know that this is a public vehicle. You may keep it for about 2 months, but somebody will go and report that he's hiding a vehicle somewhere, and it will be retrieved from you, and it will be in a more disgraceful way. But the important things are what are happening in the ministries, what work is being done. where is the stage of the project? If there are monies for this, how much has been spent? If there are no monies, how are you going to complete the job we have started? These are so important, and we seem to forget these things and go on around talking about things which I believe are not too very important, you know. And I don't know if the transition teams are looking at these issues. These are very important issues. I believe we have a problem as a people. There's no doubt about that. We have a problem as a people. But I think we can, if, like we are discussing it here, if it becomes something which the society, or especially you in the press, take this up and keep on talking about things, I think we'll be able to make some effort to change it. But if we keep quiet over these things, then we have too many laws. Even you take what is happening in Ghana. There are so many laws which we don't enforce. So we may put the laws there, but we still cannot enforce. So education is very important. I believe education is very important. Let's educate ourselves. Let's believe that we are one nation. We are building a nation. One government goes, the government should come, should follow up on what the government has started, so that we continue to build a good nation.
So sometimes it's also about the issue of principles than education. I say this because on this show about 2 weeks ago, I put a letter signed by Mr. Safumafu, then for the president-elect's transition team in 2016, saying that, look, you should not be making appointments, even including civil service appointments, MMDAs, some of those appointments you want to make, and some constitutional bodies. You shouldn't be making those appointments. There are payments that you shouldn't be making. They should be run by the president-elect's team. You know, if the thing is emergency in nature, you need to discuss it with us, for all of us to agree that it is an emergency issue that can't wait and should be done. So you have this position of, let's say, a president-elect in 2016. And then 2024, you have the same transition where now the president-elect is the president. And then the president then is president-elect. And you have a fight over the same issues. The principles that were held 8 years ago are no longer tenable for both sides.
As a people, we are not principled. We don't look at the principles, you know. I mean, for example, if you're talking of don't make appointments, fine, it's all right. But in some cases, for example, if you take the public service, some people might have attended interviews at the Public Service Commission, and they have recommended them for maybe appointments. It may be sitting on the president's desk for all these months. So if the president is living and such public appointments are made, I don't think it should be a problem. Just the incoming, this is what happened. Just list them. This is what happened. They recommended.
So give them a briefing.
A briefing of it. Yes. That's very important. Just let them know what you have done. It's extremely important. If you don't let them know, it appears like you are doing new appointments. New appointments, forget them, because a new regime is coming in. Leave them to appoint new people. But some of them might have been on the desk of the president for quite a time, and he believes he must maybe sign them before he leaves. So important is for two of them to work. Tell them whatever you are doing, so that they will know what they are coming to meet. If you don't tell them, then you have this problem.
Yeah, I would just 1 minute say that, you see, things must be done properly. We must institutionalize things. You see, that's the problem we are facing. We have a law. Who is enforcing the law? Who is ensuring that it happens? There is an administrator general.
Yeah,
you don't even know about that. It works to the office of the chief of staff. At that place, you know, it's got lost. Maybe we should look at the reporting mechanism for the administrator general to report to Parliament. Because you see, Administrator General, you know, has so many powers. He must keep a register of assets, state assets. They must have to know this car is here, that property is here, so everything. 2, the Registrar Administrator General at the same time has power to inspect the residences of the incoming president before he comes into office.
And this is the law.
It is the law.
It's in the law.
And then after the president, the existing president is going out, he has a power to inspect the office and then slap him with what you call bills if he destroys or does not maintain. These are things that they are there. So it's not like a president is infallible or that cannot be supervised or superintended. That's a system, but we haven't activated it so much. They must fund it. It's a very important institution of state. And I think that is where the bottom line is. They can make laws, rules sent to Parliament for Parliament to approve as to the methodology for performing their function. It is important that we announce and give the functions of the, what do you call it?
Administrator General.
Under the Act 845. Yes, it is very, very important.
Oh, we need to be rounding up on this one,
Yes.
but I can't let you go without also taking into cognizance the fact that you're also politicians.
Yeah.
And so, Chief Kojo Mpiani, I'll start off with you. Your party has just had a disastrous
election
outing in this election. What do you make of what happened to your party, and what do you think the party has to do moving on?
You asked me a question, and because I have a problem, personally have a problem with my party, because I have been sort of personally quarreling with quite a lot of them. When I say quarrel, I mean quarrel with a lot of them, things which are going on or things which went on. And unfortunately for the party and government, maybe if I put the government, you speak out, you challenge some things, and become some sort of outcast. But because you don't like the president, you don't like the government, that's what you are behaving that way. But I have been in politics for quite a time. And if I want to be honest, if I see something which is going wrong, I must be able to speak out. I believe our party problem, from my own, started the time we removed our party chairman and the general secretary. I believe that's when the party's problem started.
Mr. Paul Afoku and Mr. Kwabena Agyapong.
I believe that's when when we did that, we gave the party to one man to do whatever he wanted to do with the party. And people were scared to speak out. From there, we went to government. Executive government with executive powers more powerful than party leader. So one would have thought that at that stage, we would have set up to say, let's be careful of what we do. When you got to a stage where almost like the late Kweku Boateng said, we became some sort of gaping sycophants. Knowing things were not going on well, we allowed these things to go on. So some of me, for example, I knew we were not going to be successful in the election. And I told some colleagues, they didn't want to listen to me. And I said, maybe we're not putting our ears to the ground to hear what people are saying. And that people were very, very angry with us. And it was too late to change things. My only surprise is the extent of the defeat. But the failure, I knew it was going to happen. I believe what the party should do now to sit up. everybody should be brought back into the party. A lot of people were just pushed away from the party because they were supposed not to be favorites of the executive, of the president. And so they decided to stay there, go their own way. It's about time, if the party wants to succeed, to bring everybody back. Whether they went out on a voluntary basis or they were pushed out or other, the party should now listen, bring everybody. There's supposed to be a committee.
Yes.
I believe even that committee should be, we should take some people from outside the party. People, there were some institutions who may be sympathetic to the party, go outside the party and give it the work to them to do. They will come and tell us exactly what happened. Because if you pick people from inside the party, they may even be scared to come, supposing they realize that if, for example, the president was 80% the cause of our failure, they may be find it difficult to come and say that this is what happened. But if you take an outsider, he also loves your party. So he looks at, listen to people, do his research and come and tell you, maybe your president takes about 80% of your problems, so that next time you don't do that. I believe that's what we should do. We should take someone from outside the party to do the work for us. We should sit down, bring everybody into the fold. After all, the party has been in existence for a very, very long time. It didn't start with the 1992. Yes. Some of us were in parliament, the same party, some were earlier. And if we don't really sit up and do, I'm scared we may lose the party. And therefore I believe we should bring everybody together. We should do the work of finding out what happened. Even though many of us have been talking, everybody giving his or her views of what happened. But it would be better to get somebody from outside the party to go out there, listen to people, and come out to tell us these are our findings.
Have you had this discussion with President Kufuor after the defeat? Have you discussed this? I've had some discussions with him, and he wants me to come and sit up with him to have a thorough discussion of some of these issues. And I'm sure I'll bring some of these things up to him. He's very much concerned because he's too much of a party person that even during the elections, primaries and whatnot, you go and even after the primaries, maybe you go and tell him something. No. This is the party, so we don't have to do. He's always scared of what happened to us in 1979, I think. Yes.
79.
The PFP.
Yeah,
okay.
and he doesn't think this thing should happen again. And therefore, he always followed the party.
One of his favorites was upset with him, Alan.
Well, I happened to talk to Alan and some of the people around him, and I said, never expect President Kufuor to come out there to say that he's supposed to. He will never do that. He's a president. It was a party which pushed him up to become a president. So how do we expect him to come and on the radio to say, the very day he said that would be his parting with the party. So never expect him to. He may not even like the person who's there, but he's bound to go and support his party unless he wants to leave the party. But unfortunately, some of them thought that, oh, he should not speak that way. Maybe he will speak on behalf of or whatever. But it doesn't work that way. He's a party man.
Right. Okay. So Nana, let me pick your view on it. Your party has won an unprecedented victory in this Fourth Republic. What's the advice you have for your party?
Oh, well, I think that the advice is NPP. We should see what has happened to NPP. They thought that they were invincible. They got to that point where it's impossible for them to lose an election. And so what Ozymandias, said, look at me. Some time ago I was like you, know. So we should see that it is possible, So how do we maintain a stance so that we don't end up collapsing you know, like NPP in the short, medium term. I think that people voted us into power. Everybody is saying that they don't know what happened beyond the 150. The results, the extension. You know, everybody was saying maybe 140, 150. Now we're talking about almost 190. You know, so yes, because it was a cross-board defeat. So something must have gone wrong. And what clearly in my own mind is that, look, NPP lost Ghana in 2022. By 2022, NPP had lost, you know, the whole country was mad. Some things were happening. You know, if you go into August 25th or so, 2024, the manifesto launch, I think by Mr. Dr. Bawumia, he did say it. Eventually, you see, rather belatedly, that in 2022, they realized that this country was almost like breaking down, like, is it one of those countries which suddenly went down, Sri Lanka or something like that? Yeah. He said it. He said that. So that time the country was broke. The country had gone to the dogs. It was the same year where all the licenses for the mining. Look, if you decide to find out what happened in 2022, you'll be shocked. All the wrong things happened because they were overreacting. You know, the e-levy concept, all those things. They didn't know where to turn. But those things had consequences for the people, ordinary man in the street. You get me? And they were piling taxes upon taxes and whatnot. And people were feeling it. DDP. Nationwide. Go back to 2022. Let's do, somebody do a work for you. You'll be shocked. So for me, you know, I think eventually my good friend Japan, Kennedy Japan said, so he did point out, we didn't understand what he said, that you know, they slammed him for saying that you lost by 2022. And that's true. You see, so for me, I think that people voted us into power. Like you rightly said, we must keep our links with the people. We must listen to them. The day you lose touch with your people, you lose your vote. You must show greater humility for those who will be taking appointments and whatnot. You get me? Those who will come into office, you know, I think that they must learn that they were voted into office. It's not by right that they are there. It's not because Mr. Mahama loves them. You know, he expects that they work hard, but the great thing is that we must keep touch. You know, we must remain in touch with the people at all times. You know, because this is a democratic vote. They vote you in, they vote us out. And I think that we really have, we almost come of age where people can say, I don't care whether you are NDC, you are MPP, if you are not doing the right thing. You know, we have challenges. Who kick you out? You get me? But we need to deal with some of the challenges for which they went out. You know, basic food, agriculture, electricity. Those are the immediate challenges that this government faces. You know, it's a sad commentary that they say we have 5 hours, you know, energy. Fuel supply. I mean, a power.
Humility of appointees.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Humility. If they are the one, look, for me, as a former chief of staff, I know that I can predict, you know, an appointee who is not going to last 6 months or 1 year. His whole style, his presentation, you know, you go to Cape Coast, they appoint you, the first thing is you roll up all your windscreen. You know, you won't last, what, 3 months. No, because they won't want to talk to you. They don't want anything. Oh, Minister, Honorable. Meanwhile, your car is all rolled up. You see, you voted for him today. He doesn't even want to wave at that. So I think that it's a big lesson to the NDC. I hope that we have our own counseling system for dealing with them. And also,
are you still active in the party?
Oh, as for me, no, if I come to tell you that I'm an NPP man, will you believe me? No. so yes, of course. I mean, I think that it is important. Yes, I would say that, but it is important for us to make sure that as we phase out, there's an active succession plan or program.
So some of our viewers say that I got Chief Impiani to tell us about his relationship with President Kufuor and all that and all that, but I didn't make you speak about yours with President Rawlings.
Yeah.
As to what made him choose you as chief of staff?
Those are different times,
Okay.
you know. I mean, totally different times, you know. Those were the times when you sit at home and then they call your name that you will appointed. Can you imagine that?
Even without consulting you?
No, don't consult you. Not today. People are selling
Chairman
houses and
says come and work.
on the radio. On radio.
Okay.
You know, they appoint you. I was doing my legal practice in Cape Coast, and I came back one day, and then people had filled my heart. What's happening? They said, "Oh, yeah, but we did already." We said, "We're regional minister." I said, "What is that?" And that was
so they appointed the regional minister without speaking with you.
But I said that is the routine. Those were the days. And you know, Western, there was a days when we appoint people, we designate people, talk to this man, we want to appoint him. They beg and run away from office because of the challenges of the times.
Right.
You know? So my members so please look for another.
So you started as a regional minister?
Yes, Central Region.
Okay.
And within a month or something like that, I had to report to the Castle Osu. And the day before I entered, there was an attempted coup. So I came in, everybody was in arms and whatnot. I didn't know. I met, you know, the gentleman I'm come to work with, you know, after 30 minutes, opens the door, bangs, and I turn, and there's this huge guy in camouflage and all that. So, I mean, welcome. You know, we have a crisis on our hand. So I want you to come and work. You take over the office, but we have to do some mopping up. And then I'll join you later. I saw him about 2 weeks later. You know,
you took over as what?
As the technical secretary to the president. No, to the government.
Okay.
The PNDC.
Okay.
You know, but I was special assistant to the president, and we worked 19 years. You know, so you understand this about loyalty. It's not about blind loyalty. Blind loyalty is wrong. You know, you need to have people who are dedicated, but you know, sensible enough to sit back and wait for you. When everything is over, you go in, you have a little meal. You know, how did it go? So, we went well, but you know, to this point, things are said. Then we'll have a little argument. You go back. He will come back and say, anyway. But so we think, and we agree. Call the guy and tell him, you know, I didn't understand you, explain, you know. So I'm saying that it's a lot of history and tough times. We were working up to 2:30 a.m., go and sleep or take a nap and come back by 6:30 a.m.
We were working with a gentleman from my town.
Yeah. Bayer, succeeded. You know, and I succeeded. I took over Bayer. Actually, I was the first civilian to be appointed a chief of staff. Before then, it was lieutenant generals were brought in. At a point when we go in the civilian regime, we said, no. There should be somebody who can mass up and control the staff. I was out of the country. I came back. He said that Colonel Dodo. Dodo. Captain Dodo. Let us say I've been appointed, but since I'm out of the country, you should warm the seat, not to take any tough decision, you know. So that's what it is. But it's interesting to see the growth of democratic process. You know how today money is also becoming a big and huge factor in our politics. It's sad. It has everything to do with funding of parties. You know, if somebody must spend more than 10 million cedis or so to try and become an MP or whatnot, then of course all of us will be kicked out. You know, and what do you expect from such a person into the future?
Because he must pay his debts.
Yeah. Yes.
10 million to become. Tell you interesting. You see, when we're trying to change our system from initially, it was only the constituency officers who voted for the candidates, and they were trying to change it to what we have now. Yeah. And some of us thought it was dangerous. And if we wanted the rights, and then we should expand it to include every member.
Yes.
But that would be a better. I said, no. So we changed it. It was just a heated argument, changed it. Then we went to election, we lost. And after losing, we had a meeting at Eliza Hotel. I was there when some people came around. Said, see, Chief, the MPs didn't help the candidate at all. I said, what do you mean? Said, they didn't care about it. And I said, for him to become a candidate, he might have spent at that time about 50,000 cedis for him to become. After that, where is he going to get the money to support the candidate? Then one of the candidates, I thought it was Kandapot, who was said, hey, Chief, what are you talking about? 50,000, that's small, that's chicken feet. You might have spent about 100,000. I said, after 100,000, if it's lucky, and it's coming from one of the constituencies in the Ashanti region, even if you send him money, he'll pocket the money. Because he might have spent all the money he had just to become a candidate. So what do you expect him to do? And as my brother rightly said, that's the danger for the country, which we must set up. If we don't
what do you recommend?
I believe the nation should be involved in financing parties. And to do that, a party must have a certain number of seats in parliament before that party is supported by the state. And if the state is involved, then the primaries for all the parties should even be organized, I think, find a way of making it be organized by the Electoral Commission. So as to keep a lot of this, because if it comes that if we don't take care, use the language, we have maybe, for lack of proper word, crooks taking over the country. Armed robbers, if he's not caught and he has the money, he pays. He becomes drug dealers, smugglers and whatnot. So before you are aware, you have your parliament being
dominated by people like that, yes. Because they need that political cover.
Of course, and they have the money to pay people to come in there. So this is something as a nation we should critically look at. Otherwise, we are gradually. Now it costs more in Ghana to become an MP than say in UK. And so many other countries in Europe, Western Europe. How? A poor country, where do we get the money to pay all these things?
Right.
So we should set up as a nation to find a solution to this problem. Otherwise, we are gradually getting a situation where the country will be taken over by some of this. Then before long, you have a failed state. It's happening in some other countries.
So on this issue of financial and political power, I don't know what your view is, but a friend of mine told me that it's funny.
Yes.
When a country that does not do anything about the cost of running for office speaks about fighting corruption.
Oh, it's an impossibility. I mean, it's an impossibility, like you rightly said. I mean, you need funds. How do you get funds? By any means possible. Really, what is it that people now invest in those who take political office? It's an investment, and you can. It's clear. I mean, it's nothing secret. You know, they come and tell you, I funded you, I did this. You know, so they demand a certain line, either in you know, if you are able to get it to the office of a minister for roads and highways or something like that, you obviously have to pay back.
Yes.
You know, where contractors, big time contractors are coming in there, and then you are talking about corruption. But you see, the corruption, there are so many ways. People are talking about ways of fighting corruption. It's a Sisyphean thing. You go up and it comes back and it comes with the same old thing. I was again, if we go to this act, 845, for instance, you know, that the presidential transition, that act gives the power to purchase, you know, all the assets and whatnot for the state into that institution. You get me? So it would take the purchases of things from ministers and ministries and whatnot into an established body, you know, like the American GSA. And all that.
If I'll tell you what, when we were in government, I remember one afternoon, very after lunch, I decided, you know, the ministries, when they have their, finished with their estimates, they print books of the estimates. So I just took one, I was just going through it. But then something struck me. I thought, let's take, say, computers. I said the cost from Ministry A to Ministry B, different. B to C, different. So I asked myself, what is happening? And I went through so many of them, and I said, not only compute, but so many things.
Assets.
So I realized that then
things are not standardized.
Yes, not standardized.
Because
you know.
I don't think even the ministers have time to look at what is presented to them. So the ministry will estimate 2,000 for a computer of same standard.
Same specification.
Specification in A. Another ministry will 3,000 for the same specification.
Another one,
and it's
4,000.
approved by Parliament. And so they go and buy these things. It's the state which is losing.
Right.
So it's something we should look at. Something we should look at.
Procurement.
Yeah,
procurement. And everybody wants to procure. You know, everybody. I remember when we were starting the national identification, and because so many police wanted to buy their own equipment, so many others. So one day I called all of them together and I said, everybody is going to take it from national. People didn't like it, you know, so it went to the president. I didn't even discuss with the president before then. But then the president agreed that, yes, that's what should be done. Because everybody can take whatever that person wanted, every ministry from the center. But each one wanted to buy its own equipment.
Okay, so it appears that the first day in office, President Mahama has issued his first letter, and it's signed by the executive secretary to the president. And it's directed at the Chief Director, Ministry of Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, DSA. So that's what is on the screen. Revocation of appointments. In accordance with the powers vested in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama under the provisions of the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, as amended by the Local Governance Amendment Act 2017, Act 940, the following appointments have been revoked effective today. 1. Chief Executives of Metropolitan Municipal and District Assemblies. 2. Assembly members appointed pursuant to the relevant sections of the Act. In the interim, the respective coordinating directors of the various MMDAs are directed to assume responsibility as acting chief executives until substantive appointments are duly made. Kindly take note and act accordingly. Yours faithfully, Callistus Mahama, PhD, Secretary to the President.
Well, this is bound to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that this is one of the gray areas that, you know, we run along with all the time. In 2001, we had the opportunity of being confronted with this kind of situation. We were paying end of service benefits to appointees and all that. And then the district chief executives, our district chief executives said, what about us? And I remember having a chat with the members of our committee, you know, presidential, I mean, including now president or ex-president Akufo-Addo. And I remember so clearly him coming out to say, among us, oh, leave them to us. You know, their tenure does not end. You know, it's not concurrent with the president, so we will take care of them. Now, 2 years after that, you know, most of them had been removed or they had been removed. No benefits were paid. And up to today, most of them literally didn't want to hear my name because they failed to settle us. You see, so it's a question of the transition. How do you deal with the lower rank of the administration? The problem is that this law, which you've quoted, was actually an amendment that was made by what do you call it, NPP, signed by the president Akufo-Addo, to end the hanging problem of the NDC,
the overlap.
In 2017.
Right.
You see, now it's come to hunters. You get me? Because instead of allowing the system to overrun or to run its full tenure, that is, a DC is appointed for a period.
Yeah.
Until it gets to that period, he remains.
So the irony is that there are two sets of assembly members: those elected and those appointed.
Yeah.
Now this affects those appointed, and those elected are there to serve their tenure.
They are elected. You see, but those they are president's nominees. You get me? So it's
the 30%.
Yeah, 30%. It's a locked-in figure. So for me, I think it's a solution to a problem, but ultimately we will, as a nation, have to take.
I think the election of the MCs will end these things. Well, then they are elected by their own people for a specific term, 4 years or 5 years, whatever. And therefore,
but at least the point of departure between the MPP and the NDC had to do with making it partisan. So at least if the principle is that they both agree in the election. Yes. So what it means is that the NDC can still go ahead and make it elective. Yes.
I am of that view. I mean, I'm part of the creation of this district assembly thing, and we will have to, as a nation, make an evaluation at the right time, when the thing should be partisan. It's challenging. I know that there's a lot of pressure for us to go, but do we want to introduce this rancorous, what do you call it, a political,
partisanship,
down to that stage? Is it the right time? Are people ready to discern between that? Because, okay, if the problem is upstairs, fine. But if it comes way down there immediately, I guess it's there. But I don't think that's there. But the principle of elective
that will end all this.
It's a universal
my support for the election of MMDCs is founded on the belief that I think that for anybody who has a problem with the winner takes all syndrome in Ghana, this is one of the surest ways of curing it. It brings everybody to the table. Anyway, so Chiefs, thank you very, very, very much for honoring me with your presence.
But before you disappear, we should congratulate you for this.
How many years? 23 years.
23 for Good Morning Ghana, 24 Metro TV, 28 media practice.
Yes.
You know me, as you said initially, I'm the sort of person who doesn't watch these. But my wife, but
congratulations.
There's one station I watch every morning. It's your Metro, because my wife will get up in the morning and the first place you will. So even when I'm sleeping, you will wake me up. So I was forced to watch it, and then I also became enthusiastic. So it's one of the stations. Your station. I hope whoever takes off from you will continue with the good work you did. And it shouldn't be turned into too much of a political sort of thing. Politics is part of this, but there are some radio stations. There are some. Even here, your Metro, there are some things I just even don't want to watch. When I see it, I turn it off. Don't ask me which one, I won't tell you.
I won't be asking.
I only want to say that there's life after politics. I believe that there's life after business. So congratulate you and wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I've saved time here coming in for various programs in the past. And I think it's wonderful. It's one of the great stations that has emerged.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
But give us a hint of where you are going.
I don't know.
I'm interested. You must know. You didn't just sleep, get up in the morning and say,
I want to just.
You see, your question.
I want to just start off. Maybe tomorrow I'll drive my kids to school. Tomorrow, yes.
Okay.
so
be careful.
So they all come to wish you.
Yes. So I first of all say that I've seen a lot of your messages, Mr. Kwabena, but all of you. I've seen all your messages. Unfortunately, I can't read them, but I thank you so very much for all the messages that you sent. I thank you so very much. Unfortunately, I can't read them on air, but I've read every single message, and I'm most grateful. But I'd like to say a big thank you to my wife, Mrs. Tesabe, and my children, Jason, Junior, Tia, and Tessa. They have really had to endure this thing of me waking up at 4 a.m. every day, leave them. I've never had the opportunity of driving my children to school myself and all that. But and I thank everybody.
You start tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow I'll drive them to school. I thank everybody, Mr. Talal Fatal, Mr. Fadi Fatal. I thank everybody, the management, previous, current owners, managers of Ignite Media, all the people I've worked with, all those who sat in for me during my very busy days, where I had to even go months without being on the show. I thank you so very much. All my producers from day one till today, thank you. All the guys who've worked behind the scenes on the show, the production team, everybody, thank you. I'm so grateful. And of course, all those who have been on this panel, from Edgar Reid, who was the first panelist on this show, to the two former chiefs of staff who are the last on the show for me. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all of you. I can see Annie there. I hope that my shoes will be okay for you to wear. Thank you so very much. And a big thank you to the ardent viewers of the show. Many of you have watched from day one to the last day. That's last day for me, not for the show. And this station will be the first beneficiaries of my will, because I've given Good Morning Ghana to the station forever. So it continues after me. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody. Thank you.
This problem that we face today, okay, and let's not kid ourselves that it's as a result of some mismanagement by anybody, because this government has been in power since 2017, prior to 2019-2020 when COVID struck.
When people can no longer afford 3 square meals, many young men in Ghana today are playing formation, better formation than Otoado, and you are the GFA. They are playing 0-1-0.
What's that?
Breakfast 0, afternoon you eat 1, and that one, you know what they are eating? They're no longer eating coming, because the coming right now, the ball of kenke is now, my fist is bigger than a ball of 3 cedi kenke. So now they're eating gobe. They eat gobe in the afternoon, around between 12:30 and 1:30. So you hold your stomach till 12:31.
I've known Dr. Randy Abbey for a long while, when he was Mr. Abbey. He was a young man who also was so enthusiastic in the things that I was doing as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association. In fact, he belonged to my fan club. And he was part of the group that helped us to, as it were, negotiate the path for free expression. And so I've watched him over the years, and I realized that he's been sticking to the values of the profession, the ethics of the profession. And I doff my hat for Randy for doing that. Many people who have been in radio, turned into, as it were, TV, lose track somehow. But Randy has been consistent. He's been consistent in championing the cause of the ordinary Ghanaian. He's been consistent in championing a cause that corruption must be uprooted. He has been consistent in championing the cause that there should be no excess in the media. And so, Randy, if you are buying out now, I want you to know that you've made your mark in the media. And you have not been overly controversial. And anytime I see you, I tell you that you have kept it. You have made media accountability so easy for some of us to talk about. And so, Randy, in the next phase of wherever you are going, I want to wish you well. As a woman of God, I want to say that may God be with you. May God's Spirit rest upon you. You will not fail because you have always succeeded. And I know that your next phase too, God will help you to succeed. When you face any challenging times, know that with God on your side, it shall be well. Randy, I've always respected and loved you, appreciated you, and I'll continue to love, respect, and appreciate you. May God cause you to chalk more successes.
Good Morning Ghana started as a show very critical of Jerry John Rawlings. At that time, you had Randy Abbey, you had this boy who used to run this newspaper, Alfred Ogbami. Then you had Kweku Baako. There was Ano Furiata. The rest, that is the one who is the chairman of National Theatre. They were the people who started the thing. They were highly critical of Chairman Rawlings. But we gave them the time and space to talk whatever they wanted to talk. And we learned a lot from what they said on the TV show. It was a very interesting program to watch. If you are a leader and you always want to listen to praises, then it means people are just going to be sycophantic and they won't tell you the truth. But a leader who wants to listen to the praises, listens to the praising gifts, and uses those to start the cause that he has started. Personally, Morning Ghana, I don't remember ever being there. I remember some of the discussions for the program in this very room that we are sitting in. It's all because I've known Randy for about 30 years at the Accra Sports Stadium, where both of us were supporters of Accra Hearts of Oak. We were always sitting up there and doing arguing. Then when I became chairman of Accra Hearts of Oak, Randy was virtually my bodyguard each Sunday that I went to the stadium to watch my favorite team play. And when in the year 2000, we did the impossible of winning all our away matches, the Africa Cup series, Randy was by my side all the time, protecting me. He and Kojokum Boafo. They were always protecting me. You can see that I have a small frame, because Randy has a huge frame. So as a bodyguard, he was a good bodyguard. But he helped me a lot, advised me on what we should do, so that finally, Hearts of Oak also won the Africa Cup. We did not stop at just winning the Champions League. We won the Super Cup, and everybody was happy. And we won the Super Cup by making sure that no team in Africa, not even the dreaded Al Ahly, we went to Egypt and beat them there. We beat every opposition. We had very good players. We had to work on the limelight. But nowadays, after those glorious victories, the year we won the Africa Champions League, by that time we had won the Ghana League 5 times in a row. We were unstoppable. That is how me and Randy we started. Even though he was hypercritical of the PNDC government, because of certain things that the late Rollins he have done to his father, like that. We were very close friends. As I'm sure you've heard him say that he attended the Atuahoe School of Politics and Economics at West Legon, which is this house, where we will discuss politics and economics. Move ahead. Randy, that time, was learning things. He was very dedicated to improve his academic status, which he has now. Now he's a doctor, he holds a doctorate. Some of us never got to that stage, but I think he has done very, very well for himself. Watching him on TV, hosting the Good Morning Ghana show, is a delight. Recently, I can see that his criticism of the NDC, PNDC, and NDC toned down a bit, which is good for all of us. Because most of the things that he criticized us about, Atta Mills came onto the scene and corrected some of them. Mahama also came and corrected some of them. What I like most about Randy is that even though all this time he was working with Ibrahim Mahama, brother of President Mahama, he was very critical of the NDC. And for good reason. Whenever we were going on a curved route, he would try to straighten us. And not too many people had that courage of their conviction to criticize a party led by your employer's brother, the company which put food on your table, but he did it. And he stood up to his conviction, and I've always admired him for that. It's good that he did that. You have other programs on Metro TV, which I never watch, because they are sycophantic, especially your Good Evening Ghana program, where that boy, I don't even remember his name. If even I remember, I've forgotten. He's just a sycophant, always praising one side and always condemning one side. That's his own problem. You must be able to stand up to your conviction and do what is right. And Randy has done exactly that. And I wish him the best of luck, whichever endeavors he's going to get into. I hope Randy will be considered by President Mahama to be a minister in his government, just like Akufo-Addo considered Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah and gave him a minister in his government. Randy will be a good minister. I hope he would learn to take the whip. Just like he was whipping all of us when we were in government, he should also learn, if he's made
If I have seen farther than others, it is because I have stood on the shoulders of giants. It all started in January 8, 2000.